What up? What up? Hold on, let me get my Venn diagram out. My special diagram. Where's it at? Where's it at? Here we go. Hey, yo, man. This is church right here. This is church. I don't care what nobody says. This is church. This is what they should be teaching you at church, right? There's not really a whole lot of based pastors, based preachers. Though I'll say this, um, I've seen. Hold on, what minute mark am I at? Wait, let me not mention these names. Let me wait until I hit past the 2 minute mark before I mention some names. But the NOI has produced some people that have taught me some things about myself. You know what I mean? So I'll give them credit again where credit's due. Well, sorry, I have my piano mic on for some weird reason because I on my focus, right, I got like one thing connected for the mic, one thing connected for my keyboard. Anyways, now there's people in the NOI that they've taught me some things. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not afraid to give credit where credit is due. But guys, just remember this. Just remember this. Body count. When you look at this Venn diagram that you see on the screen right here, I'm telling you, once it hits, there's a certain age this happens around that 26, 27 years of age mark for a woman. She's going to hit that transition. For a white woman, it's usually a little bit earlier. So it might be for white women, it might be like the age of, it might be like right when she graduates college, you know what I mean? Or like junior or senior year of college, right? So that might be around the age of 23, 24, 25. But for all women in general, once it hits that 20, 26, 27, to be fair, 26, 27, they're going to hit that transition on you. They gonna hit that transition, man. It's gonna be crazy. Oh, educated Tyrone, shout out to you. I've been anybody that gets the chance, educated Tyrone, you can put the link of your channel in the chat if you want. He has a channel. I didn't know he had he's been doing videos himself. So if you get the chance, subscribe to Educated Tyrone. Shout out to Pyro. Pyro's in the building as well. Tyrone, I don't think I completed what he said. So, Educated Tyrone said the relationship between women in Pilates. There's a certain transition that women hit, you know, and when we bring up that age, this is why you'll see now you got where we're seeing this phenomenon of these 25, 26-year-old women messing with kids, right? These 25, 26-year-old female teachers now messing with kids. Like kids. It's not even just the high schoolers now. They're messing with they're messing with their middle school students. I keep seeing now these teachers now, they're messing with 13-year-old kids. Let me see. He said age 26 or body count 26. No, I'm just saying like I'll say when you look at this Venn diagram, forget about the number. Whatever number she has is going to be a high body count, right? Because most men would consider 30 as a high body count. Now, with today's Gen Z women under the age of 26 or 27, they have a way higher body count than 30. That's, you know what I mean? Yeah. He said my. Let me see. He said your much sound. My mic sounds muffled. Oh, hold on for a second. Hopefully we're all good here. Am I still? Do I still sound muffled? Do I still sound muffled? Because I'm not centered. My mic is not centered, but it should be muffled. Let me know in the chat if my mic sounds fine. If it's still weird, um, I don't know. Just let me know let me know if my mic still sounds muffled. It shouldn't sound that way. But Educate Tyrone said for me, high body count starts at 40, but I'm I'm a slur. It's clear now. He said it sounds muffled. Okay, let's see something here. Let me try. Maybe it's too low. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's too low. We try turning it up a little bit. Maybe it's because it's okay. I think it should be fine now. It should be fine now. I turned it up a little bit. Um, I turned it up a little bit. It should be fine now. In theory, in theory, it should be fine now. Here we go. It still sounds different from my normal mic. Let me get hold on for a sec. Let me check my stream out from my vantage, my point of view. Let me check my stream out from my vantage, my point of view. Yeah, it does sound crazy. It does now. I'm realizing it sounds crazy. What in the hell? I don't know why it sounds like that. Fuck. Might have to. Not sure why it sounds like that. It should not sound like that. I'm gonna have to. So I don't really feel like resetting my focus right, but hey, we're gonna have to do it. Oh, I think I know what's doing it. I know what's doing it.
Testing one, two, and three. Are we back? I think I found out what happened, and I know. I think I know exactly what happened. It should be fine now. Okay, now I know it should be fine. It has to be. I think I found the source of my problem. I found the source of my problem. Yep, I knew it. I know. I'm sorry. I know exactly what happened. I had another camera, and I had another external camera connected. Thank you guys. Thank you for telling me what was going on because I was like, what? And then I heard the playback. I was like, what in the hell is happening? Like I could hear it through my phone that the sound was messed up. I was like, whoa, this must be really bad. Like really bad. Okay. I'm back to normal. I see him back to normal in the chat. Thank you guys for letting me know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because I was like, until I heard it through my phone, I was like, there's no way. I know exactly what happened. I had another camera connected to my laptop that connects, like, I use this camera to record myself playing the piano. So I had it still connected to my laptop. Now, for some weird reason, when I do this, for I don't know why it does this. My Focusrite also directs to it to where, like, for me to get that external camera to work, I have to like do some weird settings to it. So if I connect the mic with that camera, the mic doesn't work. Like it barely works. Or basically the microphone comes through the camera. So the camera becomes the microphone. So that's what was happening. That's why it was sounding crazy. Sorry about that. But anyways, back to what we were saying. Back to what we were saying, man. Back to what we were saying. Back to what we were saying. When we talk about high body count and educated Tyrone, we're kind of around the same. I'll say that we're around the same mindset in terms of a high, like for me, a high body count for now, it really depends on what kind of generation you come from. So 40 would be a high body count if you are coming from Generation X or if you're a millennial, right? But if you're Gen Z, 40 is not a high body count, believe it or not. 40 is like, it's not too bad. Unfortunately, that's how bad Gen Z and maybe Gen Alpha, but that's how bad it gets for Gen Z girls, especially if your Gen Z girl went to college. 40 is nothing. They could easily get 40. That's nothing to them. 40 is nothing. 40 is nothing, man. Oh man, but shout out to that. Thank you. And I know because I was like, then I looked at my camera. I'm like, don't tell me it's my goddamn camera, making my sound crazy. Because you know it's bad when you hearing if you're like listening from your phone, just externally from your phone, and it sounds weird. That's how you know the sound's crazy. Because you're not even supposed to really hear that from your phone. Let me see. But yeah, shout out to you guys. Thank you for tuning in. This is gonna be a very uncomfortable stream, right? And but we're gonna address some things here. We're gonna really address some uncomfortable things that we need to start talking about because people say they want to fix things, but they don't want to address the core issues, right? So, and what men got to stop doing, we got to stop giving women that we like passes. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna give you an example later on. I'm gonna give you an example later on. Now, I don't know if I can bring something up to because something caught my attention. Let me just scroll through Twitter let me just make sure I'm not missing nothing on Twitter, but I do have something saved on Twitter that came to my attention. I have something saved on Twitter that came to my attention. Okay. So because this stream, we're gonna start talking about the uncomfortable things, right? So, when we're talking about, unfortunately, SA, when we're talking about these things, right? Let me see if I can bring her Twitter up. Let me see if I can bring her Twitter up because this is a woman that kind of went viral on Twitter, and I want to use her as I want to use her situation as a jumping point. I want to use her situation as a jumping point. Oh, let me see this. Let me see this. Hold on for a second. Hold on, I saw something funny. Wait, Pyro said most S workers don't even reach 200 bodies. What do you mean? They don't reach 200? No, they can easily reach 200. Like if you're an S worker, you're getting clients every day. So 200 is nothing. Like they can like if they're working, say if they decide to work 5 days that week, even though most of them they're working 7. No, say if they decide to get, if she's charging like 200 per, 300 per, or say she's one of the cheaper ones, right? 150 per. Oh no, no, let's stick with average 200 per. She gets 5 dudes a day, right? So you do like what, 5 times 5, like she could easily reach in a month. She can easily reach over 100 in a month, just in a month. So S worker could easily rack up 200 bodies, especially in a year. Please, that's easy for him. That's easy. But I saw something else that Educated Tyrone said. He said something. That I okay. Here we go. Educated Tyrone said, "Chris, did you know a lot of black manosphere dudes think 5 is a high?" This is okay. I don't know if there's any more dudes in the chat, but this is why women lie about their body count. They like women are never gonna tell. Like there's this thing where women are like they're basically been laughing at guys lately, where there's been guys going on dates or they'll be with a woman and they're asking women directly, "Yo, what's your body count?" Like like I said, on this channel, you're gonna get the truth. Women are not gonna tell you the real truth about their body count. If you're especially if you're dealing with a woman that's like over, like I know most dudes are still shocked because Gen Z girls are different, but if you're dealing with a woman that's like 32, 28, right? 29, you know, 26, right? Because that's what a lot of those, the black manosphere guys, they're dealing with women that are they're trying to, first of all, they're trying to deal with black women, right? 28, 27, and she expects her in at age 27 to have less than a 5 body count. That's that's homie. If I don't know if there's any black manosphere, people that rely on the black manosphere or black manosphere content creators, but black manosphere content creators, you got to start telling men the truth about body count. That's crazy. Yes, I guess you can say 5 is a high body count, but what woman over the age of 26, right? What woman over the age of 28 are you gonna find with a less than 5 body count? That's like, come on. Oh man. They said they want to take a girl seriously with 5 bodies. Women are having oh Lord. So shout out to Educated Tyrone, because oh yeah, also Educated Tyrone, he showed his scroller decks broads he's been with on his channel. So, but the way Educated Tyrone talks, I can tell he's had some experience with women. I think there's a lot of dudes out here that does you know, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I could tell there's a lot of dudes that have like no experience with women when they keep telling me 5 is a high body count. There's gonna be Most women are not gonna have in America. They're not gonna have no at a certain age. You're not gonna have less than a 5 body count. You know. Now, if you want if you want a woman that's less than 5 body count, you need to have met her when she was like in high school. That's the only way if you want to meet a girl, if you want to meet a girl that has a less than a 5 body count, you need to have met her when she was in high school and y'all have been together since. Like I don't know where they're getting this. Like, well, I think because they're looking at it at because Educated Tyrone, I think they're looking at the statistic, because the official statistic is basically any woman that's over a 5 body count, like the divorce, like they show like the divorce statistics. Basically, any woman over 5 is like the divorce chances like skyrocket. That's the official statistic. And basically, if you have less than 5 body count, your chances of divorce is like very, 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 very minimal. But at the same time, there's very minimal women that have less than a 5 body count over a certain age. Because if you ask those same black dudes, okay, and you ask them, okay, how old would you like your chick? Oh, she's got to be around my age. So these guys would be 32, hoping to find a 28-year-old black woman with a less than a 5 body count. I mean, good luck with that, guys. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Even if you find her in the suburbs, that's going to be impossible. Your best bet, if you really want to find a woman around that age with a minimal body count, you need to hope that you run across one of those high earning, immigrant black women, right? From like whose parents come from a different country where they still live with their parents. So it's kind of hard for them to sneak out and stuff like that. But that's not a hope. That's it's close to a pipe dream, right? Yeah, shout out to Educated Tyrone. He said because the actual unicorns get married early. Facts. I always say this: to find a good woman is like it's trying to find a good parking spot. That's how I always say I'm like to find a truly good woman, a good woman to marry is like trying to find a good parking spot. The best parking spots are usually taken, and the absolute best ones are already paid for and reserved, meaning arranged, or they've been scouted so early that the guy decided to just lock in on that person straight away. you know but I think they're going by that statistic that went viral because basically over any woman over a 5, if you marry a woman that has over a 5 body count, like your chances of divorce is basically over 70%. Like it's like the divorce your chances of divorce skyrockets. So that's what they're going for. But if you, like I said, these guys they're the ones that want to get married. If you want to get married and you're looking for a woman around a certain age with a certain body count, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for you. They think they're gonna meet, or I've seen guys be like, I remember one goofy dude from Fresh and Fit. Like this dude was talking about, oh yeah, I'm learning sign language. I'm like, why you weren't learning sign language? You trying to pick up deaf chicks? Like they think if they meet a woman with a disability or she's blind or something, that's gonna change something, bruh. Bruh. Oh man, that's crazy work, man. That's crazy. He said, Truth Hunter said, then you have women falsely saying they're virgins. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of girls like that. There's a lot of girls like that because women will just say that, and I'm talking about it's not even remotely true, but they like women know who to target. So they'll see like a goofy dude, a lame dude a mile away, and then they'll run that low body count game on them. I met this girl. She said she's only been with 2 people. She's only been with 3 people. She's only been with 5. Like women know who to run that body count game on. They know. So it's just depending on who they think they're dealing with. That's when they'll decide to be like, oh yeah, I don't be giving it out. Depending on who you are, you know. Let's see. I saw another thing. Educated Tyrone said meeting a 25-year-old girl that's a 7 out of 10 in the face with a 5 body count and rejecting her is the male equivalent of a girl rejecting a 6'5" guy because he isn't 6'9". But like I said, like when it comes to marriage, right? The divorce, what was the official stat is basically if your woman is a virgin, right? If your woman is a virgin, I'm talking about there's an 80% chance that your woman will not divorce you. That's the official statistic. Basically, if your woman is a virgin, it's an 80% chance that she will not divorce you, specifically if she's a virgin. So this is what it is. But how old do you expect? Like, you're not gonna find a 26-year-old female virgin. That's gonna be close to impossible. If you're looking for a woman to be a virgin, they might arrest you because that girl's gonna be like in middle school or like is literally gonna be a woman in middle school. It's gonna be a woman in middle school. You know, so that's what people don't understand. But anyways, let's go to Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw this story. This girl kind of went viral. Let me hit present on my thing. My bad. Let me hit present. Let me show this story because we're going to talk about, the relationship between women and plausible deniability, SA, all that stuff. All the, the gory details of these things, right? And we're just going to keep it real here. And here's the thing too. This is why I don't like what people do. I hate it when people do this. They always be talking about, oh, you can't talk about women getting this and blah 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 and essay. And I'm like, bro, we be joking about men. I'm like, have you ever, if you follow Haha Davis on Instagram, or if you watch the Boondocks, we be joking about male SA all the time. I'm talking about we be making jokes, we be making t-shirts about this. So they'll say this is what the natural mechanism or defense will say, because I'm not making fun of it. I'm just showing you what happens, right? Just the realities of certain situations, right? So for you to not talk about it, they'll be like, to have you not talk about it. What they will say is, hold on, let me fix it. Let me fix my overlay real quick. For you not to talk about it, they're gonna be like, oh, you can't talk about SA. You can't talk about, grapes, right? You can't talk about the R word. And I'm like, do you follow? And I always say back, do you follow Haha Davis? Like, if you follow any of these accounts where they like Haha Davis literally got famous off of joking about grape, but it was male grape. But we don't care. We don't care about male grape. So what people should say is, you're not allowed to joke about or talk about female grape. That's what really, people should say. They got to stop saying grape in general, you know. And right here, like in this episode, we're not going to be joking about SA or grape. That's not what we're doing. But I think when a woman, or if somebody accuses somebody of this, I think it warrants an investigation. And people have a right to be skeptical. People have a right to be skeptical because, believe it or not, for us to question it, that means we're actually taking it more seriously than the average normie, because we know it's serious. That means we got to make sure, like, we got to make sure this is right. You know, we got to make sure this is right. Okay. Why is my thing not cooperating with me? Here we go. Here we go. But these are the things. Oh yeah, the Puff Daddy. Yeah, you got all these people making jokes about Diddy. in all these things. But I bet you was if it was a bunch of female victims, people wouldn't be making no jokes. People still making fun of Meek Mill, but we're not allowed to make fun of Harvey Weinstein's victims, right? And I'm like, why? It's the same thing, isn't it? Or, you know, it's wild to me, you know. And like I said, I'm not here to joke about that. You know, female victims of rape. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just saying when I see somebody on Twitter like this that I'm about to show you, where she just out of the blue accuses somebody of this, I'm gonna investigate it. I'm going to investigate it. I'm sorry. So this woman here, she went viral for a specific tweet, right? Let me see if I can bring the tweet up. Oh yeah, right here. So this is the tweet she went viral for. So she says, Aiden Rasa graped me on the night of October 7th, 2023, at a birthday party I attended for somebody that I thought was my friend. Since we are electing grapists to the leader of our country, let's elect Aiden next. He knew I was a lesbian and I had never been with a man and forced himself onto me. My friend Taylor Reynolds did absolutely nothing as he chased me into her room while I hyperventilated and cried. Las Vegas Metro has been useless, and so is this entire country. So, because Orange Man got elected, she felt a certain way, so she finally put this dude on blast for allegedly, you know, forcing himself on her. Now, immediately I have questions. So, the first thing I said was, "Oh, is there like, proof?" I'm like, I need proof. You know what I mean? So then, one piece of proof that she does. Oh, first of all, let me open this other tweet that she made. She goes, "I spent over a year in silence, ensuring that it wouldn't tear me open to talk about this. I was always going to talk about it. I was always going to bring awareness in hopes that it would provide others with caution or comfort. I had no choice but to take it into my own hands off this app. Now, I won't allow myself to fall back because men want to mock me for being raped." Well, I wouldn't say mocked, but I'm pretty sure a lot of men on Twitter are skeptical of what you're saying. So obviously, you are going to have men that are going to be messed up and they're going to mock the situation, quote unquote. But I'm pretty sure most of the dudes are like, "Give me proof, or I'm not messing with it," because there've been way too many women getting famous off of fake accusations over these past couple years, especially lately. Where I'm talking about, there's young dudes growing up, they see mostly women lying about these things. This is not like I'm talking about, this is not like how we grew up, like in the early 2000s when things like that would actually happen. You know what I'm saying? Like Gen Z dudes are growing up, or Gen Alpha boys are growing up, and they're seeing women getting famous off of them lying of that situation. Or how about this? Let me take it a step further. There's a lot of white dudes growing up seeing black a lot of black people getting famous off of capping, off of fake racist accusations, right? So they see both sides. So they don't if they hear somebody accusing them, or if they hear accusations of certain things, they're gonna, like, the average Gen Z, or I'll say the average Gen Alpha boy that was born in the mid 2000s, he's gonna ask for proof. Oh, especially if you're a girl accusing somebody of something, they're gonna ask for proof, because there've been way too many people getting caught lying, getting caught capping, people changing the definition, right? Or when it comes to SA, people changing the definition of SA So they can put themselves in that category. You know what I mean? So these are the things that are happening. Why does broad want to? Right when I'm doing this stream, I got this girl, another girl that stood me up. Now she's trying to tell me, you got to give me another day. You should see the text. I don't want to show who it is, but it's a girl that I know. You got to give me another day. By the way, I was at a studio session the other day. Not necessarily a studio session. It's kind of a musician's spot hangout that I was at. And this is actually what inspired me to do this episode. This one white girl, she I'm talking about, she was there. You know, everybody was everybody was lit. Everybody was drinking something or smoking something except me, believe it or not. Believe it or not. But I was actually doing music. There was this one white girl over there. People wanted me to hit because she was hitting on me, but she was effed up. She was drunk. Like I'm not gonna say she was drunk, but she was definitely tipsy. And you already know when it comes to white women in tipsiness, they gonna do wild stuff when they're tipsy, and then once they wake up the next day, they're gonna act like they didn't know what happened the night before. So I was like, I don't know about this, guys. Like, I'm like, that's not my, tipsy white girls. I don't like doing that. That's just me, right? But I'm never gonna get credit for that. I'm just trying to protect myself. So that's why I actually did. I made sure I did the stream in advance. I'm like, I got to do this stream, this uncomfortable stream, because the stuff that women be doing at parties, especially when alcohol is involved. This is why most cops, when the women do bring the police report, if if they find out alcohol is involved, they just end up throwing out the case a lot of the times, because they're just like, okay, how do I gauge this? Both of you guys were drunk. But you're saying he did this to you. How? Because especially because but when these situations are involved, especially when you're talking about young kids, you're talking about college kids, high school kids, the statistics show that 90% of times alcohol is involved. So now when you mix drugs into the equation of a story like this, it just, there's too much confusion on both sides, because now you'll have the guy be like, I thought we were cool. You said it was cool. And I'm pretty sure from his vantage point, she was cool. He was cool. He's like, okay, this is cool. But particularly when it comes to Caucasian women when they get drunk, but when women get drunk, they be doing things that they regret. And when they wake up, when they wake up and they regret it, now they want to say somebody did something to them. And that's clearly wasn't the case. Clearly wasn't the case. That's why I actually tell dudes, don't mess with drunk women. In my opinion, I say don't do that. That's how I've been running my program. Don't mess with drunk women, because they're gonna act like they're gonna wake up the next morning and act like they didn't know what happened. It's the funniest thing, and they will refuse to take responsibility. I'm talking about they will purposely get messed up, have no protection, no way for a ride home the next morning. This is the stuff I see every week, bro. This is the stuff I see every week. And then when they get themselves caught up in nonsense, or get themselves caught up in something that they do regret, now they want to talk about somebody did something to them and how nobody did nothing about it. And and they took no measures to protect themselves. Or they, like in this case right here, this woman, Mia, whatever her name is, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, sorry. Let me take that back. I saw something where her friend, the woman that she mentioned in this case, the woman that she said didn't do anything about it, she told her side of the story, And she said that she was purposely flirting with the dude. And when she said that when she went to me and said, "Yo, you shouldn't be flirting with a guy like that. That dude is nuts." She brushed off the advice. So what more? Because now if she pulls her off him, or she decides to cock block in that situation and be like, "Nah, you can't mess with her. That's my friend. I know you be on some wild things." Her friend is gonna call her a hater. The guy's gonna call her a hater, and then now she's gonna be known as the typical gordita that's blocking the snacks, right? So people like Mia, in my opinion, I can tell this is a troublemaker type of woman, meaning she's gonna put herself in situations where other people are gonna have to get hurt to protect her because she doesn't understand prevention. So even if something did happen to her, I'm gonna be like, did you take any preventive measures for this to like to not happen? This is my problem with people like Mia, right? Okay, so here's the one piece of proof. When she texted her quote unquote friend, let me see if I can. Oh, she didn't post the full text. So right here, she only, and then, here's the thing. She purposely screenshots only this part of the conversation. So Taylor responded to her and said, "Aiden gets a lot of girls. He thinks he's hot-ish and thinks it's effing cute when people say no and that they've never done it and it's effing disgusting." And then, so Mia was going to reply back something that actually incriminated herself or made herself look bad. So Mia only reposted part of the reply where she says, "And then it felt like my voice was just." And I think with Mia's situation, I think you fell for the game. You were tipsy. You were flirting. And like Taylor, I don't know if because I didn't save Taylor's testimony because Taylor told her side of the story. Taylor said that Mia was flirting back with Aiden. So I see this as well too. I be seeing this often as well because women will treat flirting like a sport and just see how far they can go until they meet a guy that really won't say no. You know what I mean? Oh shoot! Shout out to Grant with the $10. Man, shout out to you, man. Salute to you, bro. Salute to you. Let me get my sound. Let me get my sound game on point.
Got money, nigga. We got money, nigga. We got money, nigga.
So shout out to you, Garrett, man. Shout out to you one more time.
We got money, nigga.
Man. Shout out to you, Garrett. Thank you, man, for the $10. Thank you, man. But if anybody's kind of coming into the discussion, just letting you guys know, when it comes to women in these situations, they don't understand collateral damage. So when you tell broads like this, like, yo, can you, like, what did you do to prevent these things? They're gonna act like you're wrong for that. I don't think you're wrong for asking, "Yo, can you do some preventative measures?" Because this is what happens. And Garrett, I know you can attest to this as a black man. It'll be rappers getting shot up in strip clubs 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. They be in the clubs 2 o'clock in the morning. They get shot, they die. And this is what will happen. It'll be people, they'll be sad too. They'll be like, "Damn, I'm mad this happened." But then they'll be like, "Why was that guy up in the club at 3 in the morning?" That's what they will say. I'm talking about they'll give the guy his respects and it'd be like, "Man, I'm so sad this happened." But then they'll be like, "Damn, but why was that guy in the club at 3 o'clock in the morning?" Now, for some reason, when women, especially young women, find themselves in certain situations, we're not allowed to be like, yo, what here? Why were you doing there? We can't say the who, what, where, when, what. We're not allowed to do that. But I'm like, if we want stuff like this to stop, or if we want things to change, because especially now, ladies don't understand. They're on their own, bro. Ladies are on their, especially now, they're on their own. All that superhero stuff that they want dudes to do, that stuff is over. So as a lady nowadays, you need to be vigilant and you need to be on guard because they are on their own now. Dudes, women and dudes are not going to be coming to your rescue. Not in this day and age. Not not in this day and age. So you need to be on guard. You can't be doing stupid stuff like flirting with the party predator or with the party flirt. You can't be doing stupid stuff like that and then and all this stuff, getting drunk with people you don't know, like, and you're a woman. That's risky nowadays because people not gonna come to your rescue. Dude, I remember homie, because it's dudes now. Like, this is what happened now. Like, I remember um I was in a strip club one time and my cousin saved me, bro, from getting robbed by a stripper, bro. This is like I remember going into a strip club because I rarely go into it, so I don't even really know how it worked. And my cousin can attest to the story. He saved me from getting robbed. So a girl trying to kind of pull me to a room, but I didn't understand if you go to those back rooms, you got to pay a shit ton of money. I didn't know. So I don't know how my cousin spotted me. This dude did like a beeline to me. He's like, whoa, 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 no, 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 no. And I had to do that. And then the time came for me. I had to save somebody from getting robbed. When I was in New Orleans with the jazz band, I had to stop my Canadian friend from getting hustled by this dude, from this Bourbon Street dude. I had to step in. And then I remember another time I went to the strip club. I remember another dude, a similar thing kind of happened, but he was actually striking up a conversation with the bartender broad, but she was running game on him. And then I had to step in and be like, oh, no, 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 because he brought up the back room. He brought up the back room. And I was like, oh, wait. Because I knew he didn't have the money for that. He just didn't know. But he thought he was running game on the stripper. So I had to save him as well. But so don't expect people to be coming to your rescue like that. Like that, like those. So this is why they really have to be. So, oh yeah, so shout out to Pyro. Pyro said, so a whole year of letting this dude doing this to other girls. That always boggles my mind. Because if you're saying this guy is a predator, he did this to you, wouldn't you want this guy locked up as soon as possible? Why are you waiting until he does this to somebody else? That's crazy. So I don't know what. Well, like I said, I guess the Orange Man election, Orange Man winning triggered her to make this tweet. So Truth Hunter said they always wait for a guy until the guy's doing good or is at his happiest. That's usually how it works. When the guy is, he finds a girl, or the guy probably graduated and she probably saw him with his family being all happy and whatnot. That's how it usually works. Or she probably saw the dude with all these girls after scoring like 20 points in a basketball game, and it triggered something in her. These are the things that will trigger a woman to now come out and be like, like, people like that is not beyond the realm of possibility. It's wild. Or they wait till the guy gets drafted. They always wait. Like, you never know what will trigger them. then you'll study the situation and you'll realize it was not even that at all. And then you'd be like, so why did you wait until this accomplishment happened or he won this trophy for you to say he did this to you? But like I said, that's women can be a nasty piece of work on that. So I want to show something. Let me see. Oh yeah, so because when Taylor had dropped her statement, her friend, where Taylor was saying like, yo, she was flirting with Aiden, and I told her, yo, chill with that. So Mia was trying to dispel that. So where's the police? Yeah, so the police report. So she had showed the police report, but she didn't show the full police report. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. So I read the police report. I read it, right? So I don't know if I can zoom in on this, but when I read it, I was like, so where's the full story? Because she cut off most of the story. Because right here where it says narrative, if I read off the narrative to you, you're gonna be like, yo, where's the full story? So let me zoom in for you. Because just to show you I'm not making this stuff up, because like I'm a dude, I be reading articles and stuff like that. And I'll be like, and I actually read these kind of things. Let me see. I'm gonna have to read it to you off of my phone. Hold on. Let me give this girl the girl a date. Cause she playing with me right now. But anyways, I'll give her a date. Let me read this. So I just texted her to give her a date. But let me read off the police report off of my phone. Because I'm still skeptical. Because people think a police report is enough. I'm like, wait, what's on the police report? I gotta, and there's a reason why she had it cut off. Let's see something. Mia, okay. Let me read the police report off my phone. Here we go. Because I can't zoom in for you guys. Or better yet, you know what? I can save the photo. Yeah, let me save that photo. Open up that photo. Yeah. Let's go. Now, I don't know how to share it though. I don't know how to share it with you guys, but I zoomed in. I don't know how to share it with you guys. I have no idea how to share this. I have no idea how to share this with you. So let me read the narrative to you. It says on October 12th, 23rd, at about 9:00, I was dispatched to NLV Records Department located at 22667 Civic Center. In reference to a SA, dispatch advised the victim only wanted to speak to a female officer. Well, which is normal, but that's a bit interesting. That is a bit interesting. She says she only wanted to speak to a female officer. People will say that's normal, but I find that a little bit interesting. I don't know have you guys seen AJ's channel when he it's really educational when you watch AJ's channel and you see the police videos. Because what will happen is you'll have the woman acting crazy or acting a fool, right? And she will act a whole fool, try to run game on the male officers, and when the male officers aren't buying it, they'd be like, I need to be with a female. I need to see a female officer. And you're just like, hmm, that's a bit interesting. That's a bit interesting. Oh, oh, shout out to Long Live the King with the $5 super chat. I got that sound bite for you. I got that sound bite for
We
you.
got money, nigga. We got money, nigga. We got money, nigga.
Shout out to Long Live the King. Let's read his super chat. He says, oh yeah, by the way, yeah, Garrett's chat when he sent the $10, his was blank. That's why I didn't. Let me see. I think yeah, it wasn't his blank. The $10 super chat. I think that one was blank. But anyways, let me just check. Yeah, his was just blank. He was just sending love. But Long Live the King. He says here, bruh, I got robbed in a strip club in New Orleans. Yo, you need to, guys, in New Orleans, remember what Riley said on the Boondocks? He said, everybody knows New Orleans ninjas are grimy, right? Those are facts. Because when I was in New Orleans with my band, whatever, I remember we booked a spot in New Orleans, like an actual spot, like a legend spot, right? I don't want to say his name because I don't want to put his club out there. But we were supposed to perform there. They forgot. And then we was just all but his club was in the hood of New Orleans, like in the hood. Me like so much so where the club it's supposed to be a jazz club, but it's not really a jazz club. So once you go in there, is hood stuff going on in there, right? So much so that where his club was located, the police, it was like under a bridge too. So you see all types of ninjadom and niggotry going on in there. You see police all over the place having a whole standoff with the regular civilian. I'm like, what is this? This is disorganized as hell. New Orleans is full of grimy ninjas, dog. You need to be careful. Like when I was in New Orleans, I couldn't believe I didn't get robbed. I remember in 2018, I was on vacation in New Orleans. I took the wrong route on the GPS because I was trying to get some Wendy's at night. I went down this whole street, abandoned ass street. I'm like, okay, I went the wrong way. I'm surprised I didn't get robbed. To this day, I cannot believe I didn't get robbed. So yeah, you got what? Yeah, New Orleans is grimy. New Orleans is like New Orleans. You gotta be careful when you're in New Orleans. You need to stay when you're in New Orleans. You gotta stay where the music is. So once you hear the music, you gotta be you gotta be near the daytime. You gotta stay where the music is. Stay where we hear that. You gotta when you hear that, you safe. But if you don't hear no more music, and it's nighttime and you don't hear nothing, and you're not on Bourbon Street, right? And I'm talking about, and you're not on Bourbon Street, and you not near no club. You're asking, you could be in danger. You could be in real danger, like because there's certain streets in New Orleans it get real quiet. I'm talking about definitely quiet. So you have to be very careful when you're in New Orleans, man. I'm talking about very, very careful. Riley was right. Riley was right, man. Oh man, long live the king said money was gone when I thought about it and checked 350. Oh yeah, also when you go into certain clubs, you got to make sure you watch your pockets just in general because you know, people are very creative. When it comes to people are very creative when it comes to taking your money. Like I'm talking about very creative. You have to be very, 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 very careful. New Orleans is a grimy. It could be a grimy city if you don't know where you're going. It could be very grimy. You need to stay at certain spots. You need to be so like if you're like in the city, you got to stay like near where the tall buildings, like where the metropolitan area. You got to be around that area, and then Bourbon Street. If you're not around the metropolitan area or near or you're not on Bourbon Street, not near Bourbon Street, if you're not on Bourbon Street or the famous street next to it, I forgot what the other street is, where the parties are going on and people are having a good time. If you're not around there and you're just walking around aimlessly, you can get got. You can easily get got. Yeah. New Orleans is there's because I don't want to say the club's name because there's a legendary musician that owns the club that I'm talking about. We were supposed to play there. They forgot that we were there. We came in there and like they didn't even like my bandmates, they were afraid to go outside, bro, because it was a mess. And it's not like, oh man, it was just some white dudes. They was afraid to be around black dudes. No, like I'm telling you, it was sketchy. And the environment was not like that's not how you host a band to come in. And I remember going into the club and asking around, like, isn't there supposed to be something today? And people like, what? So that was very unprofessional. He said New Orleans makes Philly look like Disney World. By the way, I remember one of the grimiest hoods I ever drove by when I was on family vacation in when I was in high school. We went to Orlando. So the Orlando Magic Arena, if you go past the Orlando Magic Arena, the hood next to it is crazy. It's just grimy. I saw shacks, bro, when I was in Orlando. It was I saw shacks. I saw shacks like slave shacks and stuff. I'm like, what is this? Long live the king said, how are you gonna tell the police a stripper robbed you? Yeah, that's what you gotta charge it to the game if you get got by a go-go dancer. So you gotta charge it to the game. Because the strippers will rob you. The strippers will rob you, but YNs will rob you in New Orleans. Yeah, New Orleans is grimy. But anyway, reading from the police report again. So let me read the official narrative story. Let me see if I can share. Let me see if I can share that with you though. Let me not be lazy. Let me see if I can find a different way to share this with you. Let me see if I can find a different way to share this with you. Let me see if I can open the whole the whole desktop, whatever. if it's possible. Let me see if I can do that. But I don't want to feel like I'm just making stuff. Let me share the screen. Let me see. Can I do the window? Ah, there's a way I can do it. Ah, there is. Nice. Let's see how it comes up. So yeah, I got it zoomed in for you. Guys. This is beautiful. I didn't know I could do that. So let's get to the first paragraph. Sorry, the second paragraph, I mean, which is really the beginning. Okay? Goes, let me zoom out a little bit more. Here we go. This is what I do. I be on the Daily Mail, the Guardian, even the bogus like articles. I be reading them just so I can find out who the author is, and then once that author pops up, I'm like, okay, because these things are very important. These things are very important. Yeah, these things are very important, right? Let's see how's it appearing on the screen. Yep, it's showing everything that I need. Here we go. I got the full thing up for you. Oh man, this is technology is wonderful when it's working. All right, here we go. It's time for story time. So here is the official police report. Goes upon arrival, I made contact with a female who was identified as Mia, and they're going to blank out her last name, who stated on October 7th, 2023, at about 6:45, it says 18:45, but that means 6:45 p.m. She arrived at Blank's friend's house, which is Taylor, which is located at blank, for a birthday party. When Blank first arrived, it was on her blank family. Later on, friends started to arrive at the party. Later on, friends started to arrive at the party. Blank stated she took a shot and everyone began to play games and enjoy the night. Hold on, let me zoom out more so I could stop scrolling back and forth. All right. There was a male there who she knew as Aiden Ross. So we are, well, not Aiden Ross, sorry. Aiden whatever. Sorry, let me not damage your name, Aiden Ross. There's another the Aiden in the story, right? It's always an Aiden. Anyways, there was a male there who she knew as Aiden, who she had contact with one time prior to that night. Ooh. Now she left that out. In the police report, she said there was a male there who she knew as Aiden, who she had contact with one time prior to that night. Interesting. Blank first attempted to try to make conversation with Blank about a month ago. She immediately let him know that she was not interested in him or any man because she was a lesbian. Her response was, Aiden's response was, I am a lesbian too. They forgot the TOO. Okay. They forgot the TOO. I'm going to keep note of that because you never know. Maybe the report can be bogus. Maybe the police report could be bogus, or maybe the people in the police department are that inept. But anyways, Mia ignored him and did not think anything of it. Blank saw him there at the party and said hello to him, but that was it. Later on that night, everyone left, and it was Blank and Blank boyfriend Blank that were left at the residence. Bruh. Now, this is what stuck out to me right here in this report. So everybody left, and the dude you said you wasn't interested with, you ended up being alone with the dude. This is the nonsense that I'm talking about. Homie, like, when a girl, I'll say this, when a girl does not like you, she's gonna make sure she's not alone with you. Trust me, like I've experienced that where a woman is trying to make it for sure. Like, if she's not feeling you, she's not gonna even try to be alone with you. But women that are trying to do certain things, whether it be use you for your attention, whether she actually likes you, or she still sees something of use of you for that night, meaning she needs a ride home, or she still needs you for attention purposes. She'll put herself in that situation where she'll be still alone with you, even though she might she thinks you're a creep and all that stuff, but she won't care as long as she's getting the attention. So this is crazy. He says later on that night, everyone left, and it was Blank and Blank boyfriend Blank that were left at the residence. So I'm assuming they're talking about her, Aiden, Taylor, and whoever Taylor's boyfriend was, right? Because I saw Taylor's testimony I saw Taylor say her side of the story, and in her side of the story, she said it was just me. It ended up being, even though we had all these people over, it ended up being me, my boyfriend, Mia, and Aiden being left alone at the residence. Now this is where Mia loses me. This is where Mia loses me. Because I'm like, okay, you were saying no to him all night, right? Quote unquote. And you're not interested in him. You're a lesbian, quote unquote. But everybody leaves the party and it ends up being only you, Taylor, Taylor's ex, and Aiden? How? That means Taylor was right. That means Taylor was right when she said, yo, you was flirting with Aiden. That means she was right. She tried to dispute that in one of her other tweets. That's why she ended up posting the police report. So she could just shut down the noise. Not thinking people are going to read this carefully. Oh man. Okay. It says blank asked blank if she was going to stay the night, and blank told her no, that she was going to stay for a while to sober up and then head home. So you took more than a shot. So so she took more than a shot. So another thing too, when alcohol is involved, you make everybody's job difficult. So this is why when these things go to the police, usually nothing happens, because if alcohol is involved, what can they do? What can they do if alcohol is involved, especially between both parties? Because I'm pretty sure both of them were drinking, because she was drinking. So I already know Aiden was drinking as well. And that means Taylor was drinking. That means Taylor's boyfriend at the time was drinking, or her ex, right? When alcohol is involved, it just complicates everything, or drugs in general, but especially when alcohol is involved, right? Continuing from the story, it says blank asked blank if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have okay, got you. So it looks like Aiden asked Taylor if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have s with. Whoa. Actually, you know what? With those blanks, it could be Mia that asked. That's because, yeah, that could have been Mia that asked Taylor. Because I'm reading this police report. I'm assuming it's Aiden that asked Taylor, could I have sex with Mia in Taylor's bedroom? But it could have been me. For all we know, that could have been Mia. Wow. Because I'm looking at these pronouns. I'm like, whoa. So right here, it says blank asked blank. Sorry, blank asked Taylor if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have sex with blank. So it's saying she. Let me just make sure I'm reading this correctly, because this could actually call her whole situation cap. This is important. It said blank asked. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm reading this right. It said blank asked Taylor, because that gray blank is Taylor because it's her house. It happened at Taylor's residence. So yeah, it says blank asked Taylor if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have sex with blank. Now, I was assuming that it said that it was Aiden asking Taylor. But you see these pronouns that's being used here. They're saying if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have sex with blank. Blank said no, and at some point asked, yo, she's capping, bro. It's official. She capping because she's not even showing the rest. When I said it doesn't show the rest of the police report, I'm not lying to you guys. It's not even showing the rest of the police report. So right here, that's where it ends. That's where it ends, guys. That's where it ends. That's where it ends. Because it's not they don't even want to show that last line. Let me see if I can look at that last line. Blank asked blank Taylor if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have sex with blank. Blank said no, and at some point asked blank for a change of clothes to be more comfortable. Blank walked out of the room with the clothes blank gave. Okay, so that's the last line that I could make out. That's wild. Because at first, it's saying that in this police report, it's saying at first that Aiden asked her if she was going to stay the night. But then, like the next sentence later, it's basically implying, if you're looking at the pronouns, if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have sex with, because it's saying she. I'm not talking about the first she, I'm talking about the second she. It says blank asked blank if she would mind if she went to the bedroom to have sex with blank. Yo, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. That's crazy work. I don't know if she I don't know, maybe she just assumed that people were not going to read the police report. I guess because everybody was asking for a police report, she's like, damn, here's a police report. Y'all not going to read this anyways. Yeah. I think she's definitely now, because now when I'm reading this, you're just like, she's capping about it. I think she's capping. It's not necessarily completely capping in terms of she's not telling us the full story. Lies by omission, right? Lies by omission. So these are things you gotta, like I said, I can send you guys the police report. Let me see if because you could just go on her Twitter and let me see. Yeah, you could just go on her Twitter. Let me bring up her Twitter one more time, and you can read the police. You can read the police report yourself on Twitter. You see how it took me like 5 times to read that last couple of 2 lines, but I'm just letting you just read it. Read it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So let's share the screen back. Let me see. Let's put it back to normal. Let's put it back to normal. Let's get it back to normal. Right? So it should be back to normal right now. But as I read, because they said proof of my police report, but you still call me a liar. Well, young lady, I read the police report and this is very non-conclusive. First of all, she didn't post a full police report. She cut off the second part for a reason. She cut off the second part for a reason. like if she if like say if she like showed like the full police report, I'll be like, okay. But I'm like, why did you cut off the second part? But because it's not a mistake, because the first page she didn't cut off the first page. She didn't cut off the first page, right? Yeah, the first page she didn't cut off, right? She didn't cut off the first page. And even in this police report, it says that alcohol, drugs, narcotics, alcohol was involved. So that's why something like this is not going to be really taken seriously. Yeah, I'm still calling cap on this. I'm calling cap. Oh man. I'm calling cap. I'm calling cap. Let me see. I'm gonna do an undead chronic right now. I'm gonna do a live. So I'm gonna be like, yo, I read the police report. This is very unconclusive. So I've read the police report. I'm gonna pull an undead chronic right now. Got it. Oh, I can't reply back. So it says accounts Mia follows or mention can reply back. You see, this is the nonsense that I'm talking about. So she can't even, when she put the police report out there, she's just trying to make it seem like she's innocent. Because I'm like, how does this only getting 18 replies, right? But when she made the official tweet, this got like, how many replies? It got 400 replies. So, she's still moderating the replies. So she's not even a man. Should I go undead chronic style and start but well, he doesn't DM the woman, but should I go undead chronic style and just be like, I heard you saying this, bish, stop lying. End quote. Should I do that? Should I pull that? Should I pull it? I should do that. I should pull it with these moderated ass replies. I'm like, oh, so you're just gonna make it like you're innocent. And then when you post a police report, she's going to moderate every single reply so it makes it seem like nobody's responding. Nah. Because nobody's trying to follow you. Nobody's trying to run up her numbers. Just so, nah. That's because it says the people that can reply, watch this. Accounts Mia follows or mentioned can reply. That come on now. Like this is the stuff that I'm talking about. Can I DM her? Because I don't want to follow the broad. I'm not trying to run her numbers up. I can't even message her. But anyways, Mia Kanaiku. And watch this. Look at her profile. This is how I knew she was capping in the beginning. Her profile reads writer, Gemini, misandrist. Bruh. She has misandrist in her profile. I mean, need I say more? Need I say more? This is wild. But yeah, I think she's capping. She's definitely, or not necessarily in terms of she's not telling the full thing. I think she got drunk. She regretted giving it up to the bastard. And now she was trying to pull that, oh, I didn't know what happened, until she realized what happened. Oh man, because I'm reading that police report and I'm like, first of all, I don't know why you're not showing the bottom half of the story. Second of all, I'm looking at the build up to it. It doesn't match what you wrote on social media. It doesn't match what you wrote on social media. And it matches a lot what Taylor respond. I can't find Taylor's response because Taylor had to, whoever Taylor's Twitter was, if I'm not mistaken, I think like she had to like deactivate her Twitter because she was getting a lot of, threats from the simps and the other women. But she had her statement, and I read it, and it seems to match more of that of the police report that I just read. So I'm sorry, Mia, but I'm calling cap. And on top of that, the way I'm going off the police report, the way that the position that you put yourself, you put yourself in no position of leverage at all. Like you gave yourself no position of leverage. Like this is not something I'm finna crash out for. Like if I'm a man in her life, a brother or male cousin or whatever, I'm not crashing out. He said retweet her. Nah, I'm not retweeting nonsense. I'm not like these are lies. And I know that like, that's just for her to reply to me, but I'm not running her numbers up because it seems like her numbers were at a certain point until she made that tweet. Jedi Master Leggin. He said, I hope I'm saying his name right. He says 304s are bold. What do you expect? Yeah, I know, but she's capping. I read that police report. You guys could replay me reading it, and I know it was a bit of a struggle at the end, but I had to make sure before I made my accusation I was reading that right because I was like, you blanked out. I'm like, you blanked out that name how many times? And I'm like, wait, who asked who to have sex? I was like, whoa, what? I'm seeing these use of the pronouns. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Because the way the officer was describing it in the police report, it sounds, I'm talking about clearly consensual both ways. You know what I mean? But she's capping. But what people got to understand when you're dealing with young women now, they consider regret. Like if she regrets it afterwards, she's going to consider it SA. So you have to be very careful. Yep. And shout out to Long Live the King. He said, problem is there is almost no consequences for false allegations. Right. So yeah, when you're dealing with broads like this, like broads like that, like if there's any woman listening, you can't be friends with a broad like that. You can't be, because a woman like that, it's clear that she was flirting with the dude. When I'm looking at all the information, it was clear she was entertaining the nonsense, right? Let me give you an example of women entertaining nonsense like this. And then talking about quote unquote grape culture afterwards. Let me give you an example. Here, I'm going to show you. I'm going to give you a nice example real quick, man. Because I saw this video and I know a lot of girls personally that have went through this. It's going to be a girl. This is going to be a girl. She's going to be telling a story about a girl playing games. This is very important, and we need to show this. We need to show this. We need to show this. So this girl here, she's going to tell a story about how a girl was complaining, quote unquote, about a dude SAing her or doing this to her, and then like the next day, her still hanging out with the dude. So right here, you got to listen to this. You got to listen to this. This is very important. Fair use, by the way, fair use.
Girls wanted to really go out the night before. We were at like a very mixy spot, but she was like all up in this one guy's face. So I'm like, hey girl, let's get out of here. It's getting late. Now we're trying to stop her from getting to this guy's car. She's like, just follow us. Just follow us. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm looking. I'm trying to see where they went. I'm calling her, leaving her a message, texting her, and she's not answering. I'm like, damn, should I call the police? She calls me. She's frantic. He tried to arm me. I'm like, where are you? I'm shaking because I don't know what I'm about to walk into. I get to the Atlantic and she busts through the doors and she's like, he tried to me. I'm like, do you want to call the police? Let's call the police. She's like, no, I don't want to call. I'm like, are you sure we should call the police? I was like, do you know who he is? Yes. I was like, okay, great. Like, she had all her information. We knew where he lived. The next morning comes, sister girl tells me, hey, is it cool if I invite anybody to come like eat with us? I'm like, yeah, I guess. Guess who sister girl invited to come eat with us? She invited homeboy, the same man I went to go snatch her up from. Literally less than 24 hours before this. They hugged up, they kissing. I couldn't believe it.
Do you know how many stories I know like that, dog? Or do you know how many women that I know? Like, women are going to lie to you and act like they don't know about a situation like this. But this happens a lot. It happens a lot. Women won't admit this unless they're on their own podcast and, you know, beyond, like, if Beyonce said something like this happened, then they're going to say, oh, yeah, I know of a situation where this happened. Like they won't admit this stuff happens, but this happens a lot. Now, I want to give the woman in the comment section credit. I want to give because they were spot on. Because this is not funny. Right? So right here, you have a woman. She says, immediately, I would stop being her friend because now you're playing with everybody's safety and livelihood. Because you're saying this guy is a rapist. And then less than 24 hours later, you're inviting him to a dinner with your friends. So if this guy is a danger to you, why would you make him a danger to everybody else if he was what you said he was doing? This is crazy. Because when you're looking at it, like, say if we're looking at it from a female's point of view, you're gonna bring the dude that said that you said did this to you, and now you're gonna bring him around us. But women will do this because she was lying. The women are not gonna admit this, but she was lying about that. He didn't try to R-word you. You were playing games, giving him blue balls the whole night, wasting his time going to his house. You pulled back last second because you were just there to play games, and then you wanted to make everybody frantic. And I'm pretty sure he wasn't chasing you around the house. He was not doing that, clearly. He was like, oh, you don't want to do it tonight? All right, that's cool. And then she just wanted to cause drama. So now, but of course, you're going to have one woman here. She says he convinced her that it wasn't that she experienced. I have a similar story. Now, right here, this woman, whoever Tiffany Rose is, if any woman that are Tiffany Rose's friends, I need you to disassociate yourself from Tiffany. Because for her to say he convinced her that it wasn't what she experienced, I have a similar story. For you to say that as a grown adult, if I'm Tiffany's friend, I'm disassociating myself from Tiffany. Like, you got to disassociate. So now people are saying this is a trauma response, like Stockholm syndrome. Really? See, so okay, so now I see another woman. She says, yeah, I wouldn't be friends with her after that. Facts. That's what women really are supposed to do, but because more women, a lot more, they don't want to admit it, but they know of similar situations that happen. Where I'm talking about, they know of a situation where a woman will call a guy a creep, do this and that, say, oh man, this guy is creepy. He followed me here and followed me there. But then they'll see that same girl still using that guy for rides or still using that guy for attention, hugging up on the dude and all this stuff. And if you're a woman with her head screwed on straight, you're just looking at the woman like, that's kind of weird for you to still be hanging with that dude, even though you said this guy was a creep. But like I said, because when I say stuff like this happens more than often, women are going to automatically be like, I don't know of a girl that was faking about a grape claim. And I would just simply reply, I'm not just talking about a specific situation. I'm just talking about similar situations where a woman is calling a guy a creep, but still hanging out with the guy. Or saying this guy is a predator to women, but you're still hanging out with the guy, still bringing him around your friends, even though you just said this guy was weird. So why are you still using him for what you're using him for? You know, these are the conversations that need to happen. Like actual conversations. I would hope Jess, whoever this woman is that just showed the story, you need to put that girl's name out there because she's a walking false allegation case waiting to happen. That is a walking lawsuit, you know, waiting to happen. Like that's a person you're really not supposed to be hanging with. Oh man. Yep. Yep, it's true. If she doesn't like it anymore, she could take 50 years. It's considered SA. That's the climate that we are living in right now. Look at what happened with Bill Cosby. Rocky says, I don't believe women when it comes to SA and all of that BS. I never will, not even with Grape. They lie too much and they all know it. Facts. But I just think I think it's normal to be skeptical, especially in this day and age. It's normal to be skeptical. Now, cases I will hear out is when it's like a normal case when we're dealing with people that we know. But if we're dealing with somebody that's like the most popular, whoever's if it's an athlete on the team, or if it's the most popular dude on campus, or if it's a celebrity, I tend not to believe it at first glance. I tend not to believe it at first glance. That's just me. That's just me. That people can say I'm evil for that, but that's just me. First clue, didn't call the police. So like, especially with this woman, for her to say the story that she did, right? Let me see the story. Okay.
One of the girls.
So for her to even mention how she didn't even call the police, she called her first. That's how you know she's lying. But women will play dangerous games like that. Like they they don't like I say, they don't understand. It's not even just accountability, just collateral damage. They don't get it. They don't understand collateral damage, man. Ban Carrots says women and accountability are like oil in water. This is why men made the important decisions for them for most of human history. And we're starting to see like why men had to do these things. Like even when you talk about the people or the men that women want to sleep with or women want to surround themselves with. That's why I always say, Steve Crowder was right with the, when he says grape culture is a myth. Because when you look at it, especially on college campus, they say it's a myth, but you see the people that women like to party with, which is the frat boys, the athletes, and whoever's the popular dude on campus, and they're always where alcohol is involved. Now, all four things that I mentioned, these are the people or the instances where grape usually occurs. When grape is usually occurring on college campus, the few times it happens, or when it's alleged, or when it actually happens, alcohol is involved 90% of the time, or they're accusing a guy that's on the sports team, or they're accusing a guy that's part of some kind of fraternity or some kind of, you know, Greek society, right? One of these frat boys, and or is at a frat house, or it's during a party. One of these, and these environments or these people, these are the people that women on campus want to be with the most. So I'm like, what are you talking about? A grape culture, right? Like when I was in college, you know, I didn't like to party, so I stayed my ass home for the in my room for the most part. I didn't like to drink or smoke, so I stayed for the most part. And I was young. I was what, 18? Yeah, I was 18, 19 years old in college, right? And so I went the extreme route. And even most dudes would even do that. But if a dude does, like I said, if a I never see like it's the funniest thing. I've never seen like a woman on college campus accuse a guy accuse a guy at a chess club meeting of of SA, or accuse a guy of who's on the robotics club in college of SA. I never hear it. I never hear it. It's never during a college. It's never during a robotics meeting. It's never during a chess club match meeting. It's never during a stocks and portfolio club. It's never during that. It's always during a party with an athlete, or they're at a frat house. And this is where most of these things occur. But they will, I'm talking about, will break their neck. They will violate their boyfriend will tell you. I'm talking about they will disobey their boyfriend. Their boyfriend will be like, "Don't go to this party where all these athletes and all these stuff." They will forget what he said. I'm gonna go to this party. Shout out the mock trial team. This is why I say, like, the Society of Black Engineers meeting. It's never that. Like, I will actually believe a chick if she said, "Man, I was at this chess club meeting and I got surrounded." I will actually take notice. I'll be like, I've never really heard this happen. This is interesting. Okay. Let me take note. It's always at these spots where they say there's predators are, but they always want to be where the predators are. They say they hate dudes filling up and touching up on them and doing things without their consent, but most of the time these things happen at clubs, bars, and these nightclubs. But women will break their neck to go to these spots. And that's why it makes no sense to me. There is no grape culture. There is none. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Truth Hunter says it's like that transformer crap saying a man's a woman when they aren't trying to turn regret into great. It's weird. Like, no, even with the transformer community, they're very disingenuous. Like, somebody brought up a great point about the transformer community. This might be a little bit off topic, but like the transformers, they know they're not a woman. They know that. And one of the main reasons is they will try to out a straight guy that's in the closet. So it'll be like a guy that's in the closet that's messing with a known transformer, and then the transformer will out him like he's exposing him. But if you are actually a woman, how are you, quote unquote, exposing him if you actually believe you're a woman? you're quote unquote exposing him because you're not a woman. You're a freak, a demon at best. Let me be careful with that. They might flag that as hate speech. Like they might flag that as hate speech. These dudes with wigs, they know they not women. but then they will out the dude in the closet that's messing with them as a trophy. And I'm like, you're basically, by doing that, you're showing that you're not a woman. Oh Lord. Like I said, let me not use demon. You're a freak at best. You're not a woman. Oh man, like, actually let me stop, because I've said worse to like my coworkers when I be joking about that community, and now I've said worse. Let me stop it right there, because I'm told I just got a strike on my whole channel because of a 10-minute video of where the title of the video was called "Incels Are Not the Problem." And I just explained the dynamics of just the situation. I didn't even call nobody I didn't call a woman a B word or nothing. I don't even think I cursed in that video. And they flagged it as hate speech. And because they flagged that specific video as hate speech, I got a strike on my channel. So let me be careful. I guess I still don't understand women's obsession with so-called incels. I don't get it. I don't get it. Educated Tyrone said subhuman at best. It's crazy, man. He said, well put. It's funny to see them admit that they're just a perverted man. And like I said, women only have a problem with the Transformers now only because of the female sports thing. But they didn't care when, the Transformers were, tricking men into straight men into sleeping with them and all this stuff. They didn't care then. They only care now because they're stealing, female sports. That's the only time. Pyro said, I call them fake Jordans. And that's the perfect analogy too, because with fake Jordans, you can tell. And it's funny, like the Transformers, a lot of them, like a good portion, even though that they're getting better with the surgeries now, but a lot of them, they really think they're a woman. But like, you could look at them and you're like, this is clearly a dude with a wig. First of all, a lot of them, their hands give them away a lot of the times. I'll say this. I have there's people in my family, they're really good at spotting these people. Like, because I remember when I was a kid, I wouldn't pay attention to that stuff until like somebody be like, somebody in my family, like, yo, that's a trans. And then I didn't take a good look, but then I looked at it, I'm like, oh yeah, these quote unquote ladies are unreasonably tall and they have very large hands. Like, I remember seeing like a commercial, like a HIV/PrEP commercial, like a PrEP medicine commercial. And they showed obviously the two gay dudes. Then they showed like the one lesbian, and then they showed a dude in a wig. But the way they put the makeup on him, they were trying to make it seem like, oh, he can really blend in with women. But I was looking at his hands, and this dude had like hands of an athlete. Like, his hands were like homie, like, it reminded me of like looking at like one of those have you ever seen like a pianist's hands after he goes in, and you just see the veins popping out, and it's like the hands look like they've been putting in work? That's what the Transformers hands look like. And it just had like pink fake nails on, right? And I'm like, oh, this is a Transformer. And it wasn't really just by the face. It was just off looking at his hands. I was like, oh, this is a transformer. Oh, I can blend in. Nah, a lot of you gotta watch. You gotta watch people's hands, man. You really look at people's hands and be like, whoa, whoa, because you could tell a lot about a person by their hands. You can tell a lot. You see, Ban Carrot says, "How do you joke about this stuff without getting fired?" Oh no. This was back. Okay, Ban. All right. Just in full disclosure, this was when I was 18, 19, 20 years old. When I was working at a specific spot. This was when I was very immature. I was 18, 19, 20 years old working at a specific spot. I didn't know you're not supposed to joke about this kind of stuff. Like, and I was working at a herky jerky kind of spot. Like, don't joke with your coworkers about this. This was during a time when I was like, I have a former coworker of mine that sometimes joins the chat, who watches some of the live streams. He can tell I was kind of wild back then when I was doing stuff like that. Like, I was, yeah. No, don't do what I did. That was a different time. I was very immature. Don't joke with your coworkers about this stuff. You're gonna get reported to HR. Truth Hunter said, I pissed off Transformer people by calling them gender cosplayers. But that's what they are, though. That's what they are. Like, I remember Corey Holcomb was talking a story where it was a transformer talking down to a transvestite, right? So there's a difference. Like, you have a transformer, an actual person that went with the procedure or identifies as a transformer, and then you'll have a cross dresser, which is a transvestite, right? So those are just dudes that cosplay as women, but then but they do but they but they'll cosplay as a woman at night, and then they go home, then they take off all that stuff off, and then they're back being a normal man in the middle of the day. So Corey Holcomb was talking about the story where the transformer was talking down on the cross dressers, right? And Corey Holcomb was like, so you're mad at him for him stop playing pretend at night, but you continue to play pretend the whole day. He said, so you play pretend the whole day, but you're mad at the guy for not playing pretend for the whole day. Basically, that's what he basically called the transformer out as doing. So I thought that story was funny. So you play pretend the whole day, but you mad at the other dude because he stopped playing pretend when it matters. So when it's time to do business, he doesn't do the transformer stuff. He takes the wig off and the makeup off because it's time for the real world. And you're mad at him for living in reality. It's crazy work, man. Crazy. Educated Tyrone said, oh yeah, I have to be an approved user to drop links in your chat, Chris. Huh? I thought you could I'm pretty sure you could just, let me see. How does that work? So let me see something real quick. No, they're only giving me, the only options they're giving me as for users is to ban them. They don't even have an option. That's weird. I'm pretty sure you could just drop the link in the private chat. You can just go. I'm pretty sure you could just go in the private chat and just maybe I might have to look at something, but he said can't do it from StreamYard. You would have to do it from your phone or YouTube. I have to to be an approved user. I can't do what? That's weird. Guess. Let me see. That's weird. Okay. So they said that you can't drop a link in the private chat. I've seen people drop links in the private chat before, and I didn't put nothing. Let me see. YouTube remove links that aren't from. No, you gotta go. You gotta go on the Go on the. Let me put the StreamYard link up. Let me put the StreamYard link up, and then you can and then you can go in the private chat. So that's what I'm supposed to do. So let me put the StreamYard link up, and so you can go into the private chat, and then put the link there. That's what I had to do. Sorry. Okay, my bad. So I was like, okay, I was like approved user. I was like, oh, I gotta put the the YouTube chat. No, don't worry about it. So let me put the StreamYard link up. And then whatever you need to put in the private chat, you could just click the StreamYard link, and then you can put the stuff in the private chat. Here we go. So that's how it's supposed to do. I was like, what do you mean approved? I was like, I can't do that on StreamYard, but okay. The femboys, I'm pretty sure the femboys, aren't they just cross dressing? So that's still the same thing. Yeah, basically, yeah. Shout out to Pyro. So, yeah. So the guy that was the transformer that was talking to Corey, he's mad at the cross dressers for not faking it all the way. Basically, so I was like, okay. So you decided to take it the extra level. Oh wow. But yeah. Use the StreamYard link. Put the stuff in the private chat to show any special links or anything. Right. But anyways, I went off topic. Let's bring up something else that should be saved. So let me bring up this story, because this is where I might even have to. I'm gonna have to educate some people on this, because this is. I'm like this. What I'm about to bring up right now, because I'm gonna have to educate dudes and girls on this. I'm talking about men and women on this, right? So right here.
Comedian Miss Pat had 2 kids at 15 by a married man who has 22 kids. Now, and that's the main title. Now, and subtitle here is say, Comedian Miss Pat recently spoke with Vlad TV when she revealed she had 2 children by the age of 15 by an adult man who she later found out was married. Unidentified man has 22 kids. So let me help this title up a little bit. Comedian Miss Pat opens up about SA and being groomed at the age of 15, ending up having 2 children by a married man who hid his marriage and continued to groom and take advantage of her. That's the title. Let's stop villainizing victims, because how you even come up with this? I don't like y'all way of media. Comedian Miss Pat had 2 kids at 15 by a married.
Well, so I dropped this video the other day, and in the video, I dropped the knowledge of what I thought of the story. So everybody knows where I'm coming from on this, where you know women being sexually active at an early age, whether it be voluntary or involuntarily, unfortunately. But this is what happens to a lot of young women. They get sexually active at a very young age. They end up, by the time they hit middle school, they already, especially when it comes to Black women living in certain areas, they will get started early with older dudes at a very young age, right? So I kind of explained the dynamics of that. This is not the first time me explaining the dynamics of that, right? So in all case and purposes, when it comes to comedian Miss Pat, her having 2 kids at 15 by a married man, which was an older man, it's not shocking. You know what I mean? So right here, I remember in the video, I showed you how women were actually putting dudes on game in the comment section, right? So, because I said in the video, I said I don't really see her as a victim. I just see her as, you know, a woman that was moving up the game too fast, you know, and that doesn't make me look down on her. I'm just telling you what it is, or what it really is. I don't really see her as a victim here. She was just doing grown stuff too early, too fast. And I'm pretty sure if I ask Miss Pat, I'm pretty sure if I ask her, she'll take full accountability and be like, "Oh yeah, I knew what I was doing, but you know, clearly the guy was on some BS messing with me, but I knew what I was doing." That is an honest answer. That is an honest answer right there, right? But right here, girls are going to put you on game. They're going to prove me right here, because they just wanted to make it seem like, you know, man, these men are predators looking for high schoolers. And that's true. But what have I been saying? I keep telling you, it's not uncommon for women in high school to be messing with older dudes. I'm talking about significantly older dudes. And I'll show people the math and all this stuff, but you know, people don't want to listen. They be shocked. So right here, this girl says they say most teenage girls are pregnant by grown men, right? And somebody actually put the stat. They said 70% of pregnant teens, the father is over 20 years old. That's the statistic. Now, since you guys are here, let's verify it. Let's verify that stat. Let's verify it. Let's verify it. 70% of pregnant teens are fathered by men over 20. Let's verify it. Wow. So, according to AI, the AI overview, they said, according to research, the statement that 70% of pregnant teens are fathered by men over 20 is generally considered accurate. Studies often shows a significant proportion of teenage pregnancies involving partners who are significantly older. Haven't I been saying this for like 2 years now? Haven't I been saying that for like 2 years now? Now, mind you, I had no research backing what I was saying. I'm not even going to I'll keep it a buck with you. I was going off anecdotal experience. I never made no qualms about it. I never hid that. I said, look, maybe I'm jaded, but from my anecdotal experience, it'd be teenage girls and middle school girls, and they'd be with grown adults. Right? And I'm not saying that makes it right. I'm just telling you what I see. And right here, it's a 70% of pregnant teens are fathered by men over 20. That means it is a normal occurrence for teenagers, junior high kids, junior high girls, teenage girls. It's normal for them to be messing with older dudes over a certain age. It's basically normal. Now, you can say, "Oh, these men are predators," but I've made the case. Look, if the percentage is that high, I'm talking about this is just the pregnant teens. So they're not even, like those are the girls that got pregnant. So imagine just the overall numbers. That means most teenagers are messing with older dudes. Look, just off the percentage, those are just the ones that got pregnant. So just off the percentage, that means most teenage girls are messing with older dudes. Period. just off the percentage. It's wild. Key points to consider. They say the statistic is typically drawn from large-scale studies on adolescents' childbearing, often conducted by organizations like the Gut Matcher Institute. Age range, the exact percentage can vary depending on how the age groups are defined, but most studies focus on mothers aged 15 through 19. Now, 18 and 19 is an adult, by the way, but let's keep it a buck. We're talking about 15 through 17. Or I'll say 15, 16, and it might be even younger. Because I know they consider 18 and 19 still teenage, and that is still technically true, but 18 and 19 is still an adult. So let's bring up a studies from the 90s. I think this study's from the 90s. Let me bring up this study from the 90s right here. That's crazy. Watch this. Watch this. They're showing something from a data point from 1988 to 1991. Right here. They said this study examines the role of older adult men in teenage childbearing in the US. So these are just the teenagers that got pregnant. And you see how high these numbers are? So that means most teenage women are messing with older dudes. It can't even be debated now. It can't even be debated. That's just the woman those are just the young women that got pregnant. And I say just, and you see these percentages, 48%, 50%. I'm looking at these percentages, 70%. That's crazy percentage. Let me not even bring race into this. Watch this. They say 62% of teenagers aged 15 through 17. This is from the 90s, right? 62% of teenagers aged 15 through 17 at delivery did not report their partner's age, while 27% of the women aged 18 to 30 did so. So that tells you everything I need to know. That tells me everything I need to know right there. Many older men fathered children with women in the youngest age group. 40% of girls aged 15 years had a partner at least 20 years of age. So those are studies from the 90s. So you already know it just got worse from there. That's wild. Births 15 and 17 years old comprise about 33% of all teenage childbearing. So from 15 and 17, this is the studies from the 90s. So you already know it's way worse now. This is a study from the 90s with no technology, no Instagram. So you already know it's way worse now. And look at wow, these percentages are crazy. Wow. 49% were cohabitating with older men. Oh my God. Yo. So with the point being, so I show these stats just to say this, right? With percentages that high for just pregnancies, those are just the women that got pregnant, I'm showing. So for the percentages to be that high, that means those young women, they're making a choice. It's not, no, for the most part, it's not, no, oh, this guy's a predator and all. It looks like these women are seeking these dudes out. They're seeking the quote unquote predators out. And people can say that's victim blaming, but these percentages are way too high. Like it's way too high. These percentages they're way too high. because those are just the percentages that I showed you. Those are just the women that got pregnant. Those are just the young ladies that got pregnant. So that shows you most young women are messing with dudes. Oh, sorry, most sexually active young women are messing with older dudes. Can't even be disputed. It's not even can't even be disputed, man. It can't be disputed. Let me see. Yeah, it's typical. What school didn't have young thoughts going after older men? But people want to make it. They'll make it like, oh, we don't even have. They'll just act like the thoughts don't even exist. They'll act like young thoughts don't exist. That's the crazy part. That's the part that drives me up the wall. I'm like, y'all have never seen a young thought before? I'm like, I see these people all the time. They're everywhere. What do you this how you saying this 15-year-old girl is a thought? I'm like, do you see how she acts? This is a young 304. But when you say it, like, bruh, then they're gonna say you a pervert for noticing that. I'm like, I'm a perv for noticing that this girl is acting like a hoe. How is this possible where you can't even call out the 304? We could call a 13-year-old boy a thief, a murderer. We will even accuse a 13-year-old boy of him being a SAer at a young age, because we know that's possible. But we act like it's impossible for a young girl to be a 304. And if you point it out, that means you want something to do with her. And I'm like, no, I'm actually pointing it out to protect myself. I'm doing that to protect myself. So I'm not even associating with something like this. Truth Hunter said, he said, refused this one redhead who was 15 who was hooking up with a 39-year-old when I was in school. Yo, when I keep telling you that story. When I was a junior in high school, there was this young thought that everybody knew was a thought. She was a freshman. I was a junior, and she was trying to hook up with me. And I was like, no. Do you know how many, like, we all know stories about this, or we know situations of this, and then we act like these whole, we act like they don't exist. And if you point it out, oh, then you're wrong. And then the funny thing is, I know how people treated those young school thoughts in high school. I know how the people in general treated them. They treated them like garbage. But then when you say that these people exist, they act like you're a perv for pointing it out. It's weird mental gymnastics. Yeah, he said we all have that anecdotal experience that is almost ubiquitous. Yeah, I it is what it is. Oh, let me check the private chat. He said I've seen them in high school. But let me see something. Where did I leave off? Yep, right here. Educated Tyrone says the most common pairings in high school were probably senior guys with underclassmen, college age or older dude dating high school chicks, and then of course same year couples were probably most common for juniors and seniors. Exactly. That's how it was that's how it is in most high schools, in most like normal high schools, right? And then Educated Tyrone also says, I only met one dude in my year who dated an older chick, but he got her off being popular and on a basketball team. Yeah, I knew a guy like that too. He was messing with a older chick. She was in college already. Oh yeah, I remember when I was in senior when I was a senior in high school, there was an Asian girl that I knew when I met her when I was a freshman in high school. She was a senior. She knew my female cousin. She tried to get at me when I was 18. and and she was in like community college at the time. Anyway, let me not put her on blast. Oh man. Rocky said, I remember being in a comment section under a Corey Holcomb video where he talked about R. Kelly, and I pointed this ish out. Women were all like, "Oh, so you're mad because she chose older and not you, bruh." This is why you can't talk about these things. This is why you can't even talk about these things, man. You can't. Oh man. Educated Tyrone says, yeah, they act like 100% of women are good just because they're young. Even dudes make this mistake. So thank you for putting that comment out there, because I was going to move on to the next point. Because I don't want to put my boy on blast. I don't want to put one of my guys on blast, but hold on. Because it's in the comment section of the video, because I had dropped the video. Because I don't want to put my bro on blast. Because I don't want to say who commented on this, because it wasn't just him. It wasn't just him, because it wasn't just him. But I have to mention this. I have to mention this. So thank you for reminding me. So in the comment section of my video, because you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it, right? You're gonna see it, where you're gonna have dudes making excuses for Miss Pat. Right? So let me see. Because I'm not dissing Miss Pat. I don't know her. I don't know her personally. So the problem is, when I talk about somebody that people like, people think I'm attacking them, but I'm just using her story as an example. So I'm gonna read a comment. I'm not gonna show you the comment, because I don't want you, because you guys know who you guys know who it is. I don't want to put him on blast. So he made a comment. He said, you need to read her book called Rabbit. Miss Pat went through some bad ish when she was a child. Miss Pat and her sister were both abused by their mother's boyfriend. And we're talking about sexually abused, right? By their mother's boyfriend. Her mom was a drunk enabler and a loser. She wasn't doing this because she was hot in her pants, but because she was most likely hypersexual because of the abuse she endured. I usually rock with you, Chris, but on this, you're wrong. And so me reading this comment, I didn't take it offense, but this is the problem that I have with this comment. Do you know how many women that we have made fun of, we have put on blast, that have that same story? Do you know how many of the, like, if you've watched the Whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit or any of these shows with these broads, do you know how many of those women have that same story? like I know whoever made the comment, I know you like Miss Pat, and she might be cool, right? Quote unquote cool. But that doesn't change what I said. You know, her being hypersexual, of course, because she was sexually abused when she was a kid. Now, that doesn't change what I said. Like, that doesn't change anything. And I'm not making her the villain. You know, Like that's not me making her the villain. That's just look like I'm just telling you what it is. I'm just using her story as an example of, look, young women are not novices in the game. They're not novices. So you just gotta understand that coming up front. Now, once they get older, they're gonna say that they were quote unquote taking advantages. But I'm pretty sure if you ask Miss Pat, yo, because she had 2 kids with this dude. It wasn't just like one. She had 2 kids with the dude, right? I'm pretty sure if you ask Miss Pat, like, yo, were both times where you like did you know what you were doing at the time? She'll tell you yes. Like I'm pretty sure if you ask her, and it's not for me to shame her. I'm just during that time she knew what she was doing. It's just she just got started earlier in life. That's it. Educate Tyrone said calling somebody a thought has nothing to do with age. They're reaching. Truth Hunter said, "Yo, Pyro. Some people calling us creeps, stalk, and and they be filming us in gyms. Facts. These are the same bras that be filming dudes in gyms without their consent." Or accidentally hits our cars back just for a few minutes of our time. Facts. Oh yeah, so Miss Pat, she's a comedian. Miss Pat, she's a comedian, and I guess guys like her because I guess she's one of the funny ones. I don't know. I've never listened to Miss Pat's comedy. I'm pretty sure Miss Pat has she made an appearance on Corey Holcomb's show? She looks familiar. She looks familiar as hell. She probably made an appearance on Corey Holcomb's show. Maybe she made an appearance on Corey Holcomb's show. Maybe I don't know. Maybe she did, but to the person in the comment section, and bro, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you this out of hate, or I'm not trying to put you on blast, but a lot of women have that story, like that crazy story where they grew up with a single mammy, or they grew up with a divorced mom, and they ended up being around the divorced mom's boyfriend, and they got touched. Like, do you know how many OF models that we done made fun of or we done put on blast, and they had that same story of them being, you know, them getting taken advantage of? But then we will put these same OF models on blast, right? We will call them delusional, the delusional girls on Fresh and Fit, or the delusional girls on whatever podcast, or whatever or any other podcast. We call them delusional. Damn near all of them have that story. I'm not saying it's false. I'm just saying damn near a lot of them that happened to them, especially when you're dealing with women in the entertainment industry. When you're talking about singers, comedians, actresses, a lot of women in the entertainment industry, that happened to them. A lot of dudes in the entertainment industry, that happened to them, especially if you were raised up in a single mammy household. It's a good chance that you were exposed to a predator via your single mammy. I'm talking about a dude outside of the family, because usually you'll hear like stories about that one uncle or that one grandpa, whatever. But if you're with a single mammy, she will introduce outside forces where it basically increases your chances of being abused by like like the increase of that happening to you just ups all the way up to 80 to 90%, because it's a single mammy and she's always going to need help. And if you're a person that's always with your hand out, or you're always going to need help, you're going to get taken advantage of. So it's not me dismissing your point. Like, the person that made the comment, but we can't make exceptions just because we like Miss Pat, right? I'm not dissing her. I swear on everything, I'm not dissing her. I'm not even calling her a 304, even though maybe she was a young 304 when she was growing up. Maybe she was, and maybe she grew past it. I'm just telling you, the woman that made the video that said that she was a victim, I don't see her as a victim. I just think, you know, she was dealing with a dude that had the upper hand on her. The guy is, messed up. Yeah. But I mean, what can I do? Because I'm pretty sure if I had met Miss Pat during that time when she was 15 and I told her, yo, you probably shouldn't be messing with a dude like that. Remember the first story I showed you with Mia, Taylor said, yo, you probably shouldn't be flirting with a dude like that. Women are not going to listen. They're just not. They're going to call you a hater. they're gonna say you cock blocking. So there's no win. There's no win. There's no win. Eventually, you got to let people just swim on their own and be like, look, if you want to mess with people like that, have at it. And I think once we finally start letting people swim and float when it comes to stuff like this, I think people will start acting right. Because I think people know, it's just, unfortunately, I think too many people have the luxury of being able to fall back on, I got taken advantage of, right? Oh, I was this and I was that, right? Like, I'm not saying when she was a kid, meaning when she was 8 and when the abuse happened to her. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about at 15. If you're messing with a married dude, or you messing with an older dude, I mean, at the age of, I'll say even at the age of 13, you kind of you know what you're doing. I say this, by the age of 12, 11, like I always say around somewhere around middle school, it finally kicks in where you know right from wrong. You know when to not mess with certain people, when to not mess with when to mess with people, when to not mess with people. By the time you hit 13, 14 years old, or like freshman year of high school, you have a general knowledge of what you're doing out there. You know what I mean? So, and then plus women they'll be the first to tell you, oh, I'm more mature than dudes most my age and all this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it. I'm gonna take your word for it. Now, once you end up in a situation where you can't get yourself out of it, don't say that you got taken advantage of. You were telling me that you are more mature than most dudes and all this stuff. Like, I mean, I can't. It's just not much I can do for you. Not really much I can do for you. Let me see if I missed anything in the chat. See in the private chat. God tier Normie shared his channel. Let me see his channel real quick. Oh, that's just Educated Tyrone's channel. So yeah, if you guys get the chance, subscribe to Educated Tyrone, his channel. He's been putting work in. I didn't know he had a channel, meaning in terms of putting videos on. So he's been putting work in. Subscribe to him if you can. But yeah, this is his channel. This is his channel if you guys want the chance to. So let's bring up, let me see if I can bring up another story. Let me see if I can bring up another story real quick. See if I can bring up another story that's related to this. Let's see here. because I really did wanted to focus on those two things that I brought up when it comes to, you know, victimhood, you know, plausible deniability, you know. Let's see. Oh, here we go. This is another short clip right here. I'm about to show you. This is just a short. This is gonna be on the caption, because I've been sending like videos like this to people I know. I've been sending videos to this like this to people I know. I'm about to show you. Hold on for a sec. So people I know, I'll show the video. And people don't understand. We're really witnessing the fall of Rome in real time. So I'm talking about false allegations are gonna be up 1,000. I'm gonna keep it a butt. Like the dudes that are complaining about not being able to sleep with women and all this stuff. You guys are actually winning. Once it hits the 2030s come up, and these IG models get replaced with a new batch, and they have nothing to show for it, or when they start shutting down these sugar daddy websites, those false allegations, they're gonna be going in. So right here, I sent this video to a lot of people I knew, right? Let me zoom in. Here, you have a OF. This is mind you, this is a OF model. This is a OF model. Talking about she got taken advantage of. She said, me. Hold on. Let me see this.
She ain't got my casino. She got a tongue ring. I know her intent. She put my pants down. She ain't got my casino. She got a tongue ring. I know her intent.
So you hear the slow-mo where you hear I didn't give her my consent and blah blah blah, and I didn't give him my consent. So that's basically the theme of that song. So she's saying I didn't give my consent for these things, right? She says me, because half the bodies I've caught are only because my no wasn't taken seriously the first, second, or third time, but I'm not traumatized or whatever. So she's trying to insinuate that half of her bodies were non-consensual. But this girl got an OF page. This is this nonsense it's flying. So I'll say this. Guys, please be careful. please be careful. And women like this are funny, because I know every other dude has had this experience with a woman where you respect her boundaries, you respect her quote unquote her no, and then the next day she's texting you talking about why you ain't try nothing. Now, a woman that does that to you, you're supposed to block her, because that's an evil woman right there. It's not like, that's not even like, people be laughing about stuff like that. That's not funny. Especially knowing that these are going to be the same broads doing this, talking about, oh, my no wasn't respected, depending on who you are. So shout out to this girl right here. She goes, I'll never understand this happening, and you still go out and make an OnlyFans. Make it make sense. I don't know how that makes sense to me either. You know, but I keep telling you, we are witnessing the fall of Rome. And when we say the fall of Rome, people don't understand. One of the main conduits of the fall of Rome was women gaining positions of power via fake allegations against men of power, and not really just men of power. They were accusing their brothers. They were falsely accusing their brothers. They were falsely accusing their fathers. So that's next. That's next as well. That's next as well, because you already got children. I'm talking about like children that were already overgrown, or they're not 18 anymore. They don't live at their parents' house anymore. But then they're accusing their dad of just abuse, just in general. But really, it's verbal abuse. But they're just classifying it as abuse. So it's not out the realm of possibility where you're gonna have these new broads growing up falsely accusing their fathers of SA and touching them and all this stuff. It's not out of the realm of possibility because you already have baby mothers and bitter baby mothers doing that already. So it's not out the realm of possibility. So you're gonna have it's gonna be dudes getting falsely accused left and right in the future. I like in the year 2030 and above, we're gonna have to really watch out. I'm talking about we're really gonna have to. I don't know if my channel's gonna still be here, but just remember I said it like around the year 2030. I will say, I'll say the year 2028, you're gonna start seeing it. The year 2028, because that generation, the women that are like age 26 right now and below, they're gonna be 30 by then. And they're gonna be because what's gonna happen is that transition where girls can just go back to the church and say, I've been saved, I'm not a thought no more, please marry me. That's not working no more. So when that stops working, when basically they can't get no men to pick up the bill, they're gonna start falsely accusing dudes that they have slept with consensually in the past. And it's gonna start around the year 2028. I think that's what's going to happen. And what's it? Isn't 2028 the next election as well? Yep, 2028. I think I'm a stick with that prediction. 2028. 2028. 2028. Trust me. 2028. Because that's going to be because Orange Man might be the last dude where the last real man in office. Because 2028 is going to come. The liberals are going to come with a game plan to get their people back in power, and the nonsense is going to start. Then I'm talking about the nonsense is really going to start. I say the year 2028, you're going to start seeing the beginning stages of it. You're going to see most of the male Republican candidates, they're going to get a case, they're going to get an essay case thrown at them. So man. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad, man. Oh, they said, how many chats did I miss? Ooh, I missed a lot. Oh, man. Let's see. Said that music in the background. Yeah, it's just regret smashing. But this is why it was very important for people to call out that whole grape culture myth on college campus, because if you actually look at what they qualify as SA, you're like, whoa, time out. You got to look at the list. One day I really got to go through the list of what they qualify as SA, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, some of the girls are real though. They're like saying F all. But I'll say this, educated Tyrone. This is what I'm gonna say about that. Women are not really gonna go out their way and be like, stop it, because at the end of the day, they benefit. So it's only when they stop benefiting, that's when they're really gonna start taking action. Oh, let's see something here. But yeah, I don't know, man. Oh yeah. So Pyro had sent me a meme where he said that the final form of a 304 is a church lady. But ninjas already know that. Like ninjas already know. Like if you grew up in a black church, basically all those old judgmental church ladies, they were basically all former 304s. Damn near all of them. Basically all of them were all former 304s or pros, right? And then they come back to the church after the streets are done with them, and that's their role now as old judgmental church lady. That's what it is. Truth Hunter said, Democrats, stop saying our game plan, Chris. But you see how crazy the liberals are going right now over Orange Man. And you see the stuff that they're willing to do just to get their way. It's not out the realm of possibility that they'll pull what I'm saying. I'm telling you, because they're looking at this like, nah. So they're gonna make sure all the people that are in local offices, they're gonna make sure there's a case on them. Some kind of case on them where their integrity is questioned. So I'm talking about even if the Republican dude did nothing in their life, they're gonna come up with something on him. And shout out to Mike Pence. That's why, because I used to be like, yo, why does Mike Pence get such a bad rap? You know what I mean? And I fell for the propaganda in 2016 because I'm like, I used to hear that Mike Pence was a weirdo or he was in the closet and stuff like that. And that stuff used to make me laugh until I heard him talk about the rule that he has where he says, oh yeah, I don't do no business, like I don't do no interviews by myself without my wife or something like that. I don't stay nowhere alone with a woman without my wife. And I'm like, oh, that's honorable. But I saw the rees. You know what I mean when I say the rees from the crying and the whining from the one. I'm like, oh, I thought, because I was still even though I was still kind of going through my RP awakening during that time, I was still pragmatic on certain things. I'm like, oh, this sounds honorable. He wants to be with his wife. He doesn't want to be alone with a woman without his wife. That's honorable. Man, the stuff that they were saying about Mike Pence, I'm like, oh, so that's why they hating on him. I'm like, that makes perfect sense now. It's the same reason why I started understanding why people, you remember when I mentioned how I found out why people were hating on Chris Bosh, then I found out who he was dating. And I was like, oh, he got a bad bitch. Okay, I see why. That's what's happening. I see exactly what's happening. He does some suspect things, but then he has a pretty ass wife or a pretty ass girl that everybody want to be with. So they think that he doesn't deserve that because they think he's sus. So that's why they going in on him, saying that he's gay. Meanwhile, Dwayne Wade was the gay one the whole time. And maybe, actually, let me not put his name in there, but that's how it works. That's how it works. So guys, please be careful. Like I said, we're witnessing the fall of Rome. We have to be we have to be careful. We have to be careful because they don't even realize. Oh man, it's a slow burn. Like I said, Orange Man in office doesn't really change anything. It's just basically putting Band-Aid on a cancer patient. So it's gonna boosts our morale for a little bit, but anyways, also let's bring up a scene from Orange is the New Black. I don't know if this will get copyrighted on my thing, but I want to show you this scene here from Orange is the New Black. Let's see here. Fair use, by the way, fair use. So right here, it's a scene from the Orange is the New Black. Here you have the mom Sorry. Here you have the 13-year-old. This is a 13-year-old daughter. This is a 13-year-old girl. Then the mom meets the boyfriend for the first time, and she sees how significantly older the boyfriend is compared to her daughter, right? So now let's take a look at the mom's reaction. Fair use, by the way, fair use.
We gotta go park in the handicap.
Wait, who's this? Angel? My boyfriend.
So she meets the boyfriend for the first time. She's 13. She knows this. She doesn't care. She's with an older boyfriend, right? And this happens a lot. This is why it's hard for me to be like, oh, you got to tell these dudes stop chasing these bros. I'm like, well, I mean, what can I do? Especially if you're at the end of the day, it's a woman's choice, dog. It's a girl's choice. The girls, they choose the guys who they want to be with, man. They just do. And then I'm pretty sure the more, like, say if I had a daughter and she was 13-year-old being hot in the streets, right? With older dudes, what could I do? I can't do anything about it. Because the more I tell her, yo, stop doing that, the more she's going to do it. You know? So right here.
This is the guy you've been seeing? What is he, like, twice your age? So he's a
So that's how it be.
pedophile.
So she goes, that guy's twice your age. And she goes, so? Now I know this is just a movie, but this is what happens in real life. I'm sorry. This is what happens in real life.
Yeah, your mom's a savage.
Hey, she's only 13. You come near my daughter again, I will rip your balls up and shove them down your throat. Now get the fuck out of here before I violate my parole.
So now here's the thing, though, where the mother has to take responsibility. She was probably the exact same way when she was 13. When she was 13, she was probably messing with older dudes. That's why when she saw her daughter with that dude, she's like, yo, what are you doing? You know?
Okay, Mom.
Yo, what'd you just call me?
I'll text you later.
What the fuck? You ain't texting shit. Hanging out with some grown-ass drug dealer like you some jailbait gangbang.
So this is common. This is very common. Fair use, by the way. I hope I'm not getting no strike on my thing, but you know, oh, Pyro, at the end, I'll probably add you up at the end. But these are things that happen. It's normal. These things happen. Because people don't understand when you're dealing, especially when you're dealing with women that age, if you tell them no, they're gonna do the opposite of what you're saying. You know? People always say, oh, it's because because she doesn't have a father in her life. No, well, yes and no. Meaning it's not complete. Corey Holcomb said it best. If your mama ain't ish, there's nothing in these schools that's going to teach your daughter to make her be about anything. So people talk about daddy issues, but really most people have mommy issues since she's the primary care provider. And I always say this, it is important that if you are going to start a family, you can't be with a girl that's been around. So if your girl is a 304 or she's had a whole phase or two, she's going to have a daughter that has a whole phase. You need to have a woman, like say if you're procreating with a woman, you need to pick a woman that knows what accountability is, which is rare, right? You need to choose a woman that is not a hoe. Meaning, if you want to wife her up or you want to put kids in her, you want to produce kids with her, you need to do an extensive background research to make sure she is not a hoe. Which is not, it's not, I don't even think that's something that you can just find. You just have to, I believe a good woman is not something that you can really find. It's just, you just have to happen to find one. You just gotta happen to find one. Just like it's like you happen to find a good parking spot. It's not like something that you did to find a good parking spot. It's just you found it. And even then, that good parking spot, you're probably gonna have to do so. You probably need to know how to parallel park. You got to know how to park properly. It's not just something that you could just boom. I found a good parking spot. No, you gotta. If you find a good parking spot, you're probably gonna have to be squeezed in between two. It's probably gonna be a really tight spot. That's what it is like finding a good woman, and especially in America, it's hard. So, because I always say you need to make sure you find a woman that is not a hoe or has had a hoe phase. You know what I mean? And is very, and I'm talking about clued in on your program, because what happens with a lot of these girls, they have moms. So even if their mom is telling them not to be a hoe, but because their mom acts a certain way, she's seen her mom be a flirt. She's seen her mom flirt to always get her way instead of using what's in between her head, instead of what's in between her chest to get her way. Kids follow by actions. So if she grows up seeing her mom not turning down dudes, if she sees her mom entertaining dudes, always smiling at dudes, being extra friendly with dudes, she's going to be doing the same thing. Even if the mom is telling her, yo, you cannot be out here being a hoe. But if she's seeing her mom being a flirt, if she doesn't see her mom being like, look, if a guy approaches her, the first thing that the mom is supposed to be doing is supposed to be flashing her wedding ring. Most women have not seen stuff like that. I'm just letting you know right here and there. Most women have not seen their moms be like, look, as soon as a dude just approaches them, like I've seen some women do that, where if they see a dude approaching them, and the first thing they do, they flash their wedding ring. They don't be playing, right? Most girls don't see their mom doing that. Most of their girls, they see their mom taking advantage of dudes. So what happens is the daughter ends up being like the mom. They'd be like, well, it gets tiring, messing with dudes her age. Let me see if I can get older dudes with money to do stuff for me. That's what ends up happening. So this woman here, I'm pretty sure she tried as hard as she can to make sure her daughter's not a 304, or her not messing with older dudes. But I'm pretty sure with her actions, how she acts, it's probably not out the realm of possibility that she picked up those habits from her. And it's not out the realm of possibility when she was her age, she was probably doing the exact same thing. So for example, like my parents, right? My dad, my mom, they don't really like to party. They both of them, they rather stay home, right? So me, my siblings, we are kind of all the same way, even though we ended up kind of growing out of it. Like my brother is more social. He understands social cues, but like, my sister, same thing. So they're good at social cues. Like they're both gifted at like understanding social cues, but both of them, they rather stay home, right? Because that's just how our parents were. Same with me. I just rather if push comes to shove, I rather stay home. My brother's more the social one, but I'll say like, yeah, me and my sister, we're both the same. We both rather just stay home, right? We end up being more like our parents more than we care to admit. So my dad, he doesn't even bother. He doesn't even bother going. He doesn't even try. When he wants to go, he goes out when he wants to go out, right? So now when we look at most situations, right? If your mom is a social butterfly, right? Or if your mom, she's a flirt, or if when your mom was doing certain things at a certain age, that's most likely going to pass down to her daughter. So, or if the dad was doing a certain thing at a certain age, is most likely going to be passed down to the son. You know, so these are things that it's pretty self-explanatory.
Venga. You will never see him again. You hear me?
So, like I said, it's always, you got to lead by example. People are not going to watch what you say. It's not what you say is what you do. So kids are going to watch what you say. Kids are going to watch what you do. So if you're saying, yo, don't do drugs, don't party, don't do this, but you're a person, but as a parent, you're still taking the occasional drink here and there. You yourself is getting drunk, or you yourself is getting in trouble with the law. You yourself you need to be rescued by your own kids. It's going to be hard to follow that example. So right here, her response to her mom, it goes, "It's none of your business who I see," right?
None of your business who I know that you think you're grown because you have some short and curlies now. But messing with some scumbag like that will ruin your whole life for good before you even get into high school.
So like I said, she's in middle school. According to the show, she's in middle school. She's 13. She's messing with a dude that's probably 26. Right? Or yeah, I would say look like 23, 24. He's giving her some money here and there. She thinks she knows what she's doing. She probably thinks she's finessing the guy. She thinks she's getting the better end of the deal because she's getting like $40 here and there, $50 here and there, you know, money for nails here and there, right? Even though that's slight work for him. That's slight work. That's slight work for the guy. You know? So this is usual stuff. This is stuff I've seen this. I've seen this one too many times.
Believe me, because I know.
So what? I can't even date?
I didn't say that.
So you heard her response. She said, "Yo, so she's saying what? I can't even date." So in her mind, guys her age are not even an option. Guys her age are not even an option because she deems herself as above them. This is the typical response. Like this is the typical response when you're talking to a teenager like that.
Want to get felt up in the back of a McDonald's? Go right ahead, but do it with someone your own age.
Guys my age are boring.
Older guys are boring too, trust me. Whatever, yo. Yo, where are you going? Don't you walk away from me. Eva!
So this is from The Orange is the New Black. This is from the movie The Orange is the New Black. Or no, sorry, the series Orange is the New Black. But I found this scene interesting because we all know girls like this. Trust me. They act like they don't exist. And like they always be talking about, you need to tell the guys to stop looking for girls like this. I'm like, I mean, you want me to tell a drug dealer, and mind you, yeah, the guy's a drug dealer too, mind you. It's not, it's always an older dude that's like dealing drugs or is a tattoo artist. One of these, they want us to ask people, they want us to put our lives on the line to ask dudes that are living above the law to stop being a criminal. It's the funniest thing. Like, what? Tell your daughters to stop messing with drug dealers, please. But like I said, you can't even tell them that, because if you tell them, hey, you probably shouldn't mess with a drug dealer, they're gonna act like you're hiding something from them. Oh man. Somebody said that's when you need to grab some scissors and chop off that hair. I don't think that's gonna work, but it's clearly that's just something like if you find your daughter in a situation like that, you're just gonna have to let your daughter just go through it. And because the more you tell her no, it's gonna be impossible. And especially if you're already letting your daughter go out This is why I don't understand too. They because when people let their daughter out, they think these girls are going with dudes their age. They're not. They always end up shocked when they find out their daughter is with like an older dude. They always are shocked. I'm like, you think these cars that they're in the passenger's side with, you think these dudes are her age? I mean, what do you think? She's 14 in a car, in a passenger side of a car. Who do you think is driving the car? If she's 14, it's gonna be a dude. It's gonna be a dude with a car. It's gonna be a grown man with a car. Like I don't understand why they don't get it. It's crazy. I don't understand. You know. So right here, a girl says she's literally so right. Over half of my graduated class had babies with older men and ended up alone with the baby while they were in jail. And like I said, it's not just necessarily it's like an older dude. It's always some older dude that's doing drugs or dealing drugs or both. A grown man that's an alcoholic. You know what I mean? It's you know. But like I say, when you're dealing with a adolescent a girl, a adolescent girl that's getting attention from grown men, she loves it. She loves the attention. So there's really nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You know, there's really nothing you can do. Educated Tyrone said junior high chicks be throwing it at high school dudes. Dude, yo, I'll say this. I remember when I was working at a specific spot, and I had a coworker that I was working with. She was married. She was I forgot how old she was. She was probably like what? It's probably like 32, but like she was young though. She couldn't be over the age of 32. She couldn't be over the age of 32, but she already had a 13-year-old daughter, and she had like a son that was a little bit younger, and she had like a husband and everything. Like she had like a whole family, right? And she had this job temporarily only until she can become a full-time school bus driver. So I remember while I was talking to her, and I remember her family came to see her at work, right? And I remember seeing the son, I remember seeing the husband. They seemed cool, but then I saw the girl, the chick. She was what 13 years old. And I remember specifically her mother complaining to me about how while she was training, doing her school bus training, that there were dudes in her class already talking reckless about her daughter. I don't want to get into the details, but I remember she was complaining specifically about that. And I chalked it up to, oh, those are just boys being messed up, talking about sex when they're not supposed to be talking about sex. And I told her, don't even worry about that. Those boys are just doing that. I saw the daughter and I saw how she was acting. I'm not going to say towards who. But she did something which indicated something to me. I was like, "Oh, I know what's happening." And I didn't want to break the news to her mom, but I wanted to tell her mom, like, "Yo, you've known me for a little bit, but your daughter's out there." I didn't want to break it to her because it would have came across as weird. Trust me, I understand like that coming across weird, where you're basically just meeting the family and then you have that as your analysis. But guys, there are certain things that girls will do, and you're just like, bruh. I'm not gonna say what she did. I'm not even gonna say what she did. But I caught her doing something where I'm like, oh, I see what happened. I see what the guys are talking about. So she doesn't want to admit it. So the mom is clear. So it seems like to me that the mom was in denial because she did something where I was like, oh, I know what type of time she's on, because I know chicks like that, or basically I grew up with chicks like that, and then once they grew older, they became exactly who I thought they were going to be. You know, I don't want to say no names, right? So these things, it's like when you see it, it's just you can't do nothing about it because you can't say nothing about it. You can't say anything about it. Like you catch one of those young girls doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, and then you just, what can I do? I can't say nothing. I can't say nothing because I'm gonna look bad regardless. That's why I think it's kind of pointless to be like, men need to step up and do. We can't do anything. There's nothing we can do. You just need to have a better. You need to just have a better eye on your kid. Like I remember, I don't know if Ainsley's in the group chat, but I remember we had like a group chat at my old job when I left my old job, and I remember talking about the situation, and I was like, "Yo, I just found out my colleagues." I was like, "Yo, I just found out one of my favorite colleagues, her daughter is a thought." Like I remember, like I don't know bros in the chat, but I remember specifically saying that in the group chat. I was like, "She's a thought." I just found out, and that's got to be heartbreaking for a parent to find out your kid is out there. It's got to be heartbreaking. That's why I don't even, Educated Tyrone said, for a lot of chicks, they can't just date a dude 1 to 2 years older. They got to go extreme with it. But I'll say this: what I saw the young girl doing, because this was 2019. This was 2019. What I saw the young girl doing, she was I'm not going to say who, or if the person had, power or anything, but she was trying her techniques on a male employee, and the dude was trying to look away from her, but she would not stop doing what she was doing. And it was so bad where the guy had to walk away. And that's all I am going to say about that issue. That's all I'm talking about. Her family was there too. Her whole family was there. I was like, well, I was just like, well, okay. Good luck to my colleague right there and her daughter. I don't know about her son. I didn't, I just shook his hand, whatever. But she's like, oh yeah, this is my family, Chris, and blah, blah, blah. And then because I'm a weirdo. I'll be watching people and stuff. I'll be watching what they do. I'm like, okay, husband seems normal. The son seems normal. All right, daughter seems no. Oh shit. That's exactly what I said. I was like, well, good luck with that. Pyro said Jamaican toxic men are dirty too. Fat. Well, I don't want to put Jamaican men on blast. Jimmy said Jamaican taxi men are dirty too. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, so educated Tyrone said my ex-girlfriend said that she lied about her age twice in high school. Yeah, ask the girls. They have plenty of stories of them using fake IDs, them lying about their age to get into certain college parties. I remember one girl, I was performing at this bar in New York. I don't want to say it was not, I don't, is it a bar? Well, no, it is a restaurant, but they have a bar at the bottom. So they have a upstairs where it's just a restaurant. But if you want to see the performances, you can order food downstairs and there's a bar next to the stage, right? I don't want to say the venue's name. It's in Harlem. It's in Harlem, right? Uh there was a girl in there, and I can tell she was not 20, she was not 21. She was at the bar. She was not 21 years old. Because at the bar, you gotta be like to order, you gotta be 21. Because the place I was at, they were strict. They were strict, right? I saw her at the bar. This one particular chick. I'm looking at her. I'm like, she's not 21. I can already tell. There was a older black dude that approached her, right? And she was scared the whole time he was running game on her. And I was like, oh yeah, she's definitely in. Like, when I saw her face and her eyes, I can tell she was in over her head. I'm like, oh, this girl is in like high school, dog. I thought it was just like, oh, she's just like 18 or 19 or maybe 17 and she's not supposed to be at the bar. I'm like, no, this girl is younger than that, because I saw like the fear in her eyes when the older black dude was trying to approach her and run game on her. It wasn't on some leave me alone type stuff, or that fake nodding your head so you can just agree with everything that he's saying so he can go away. She was legit scared, like she didn't know what to do. I was like, oh, this girl is younger than I thought, because I could just look at her and I'm just like, oh, she's young. I'll say this, it's a unique perspective because I'm, like I said, I'm 5'7". So a lot of the girls that I'm walking into, I'm looking at them at eye level. So I can take a good look at the woman that I'm with or the girl that I'm looking at and be like, okay, this is what she's doing. Or I could actually I can really observe her because I'm at eye level with a lot of girls. If you're a guy that's like 6 feet tall, or you're like taller than that, you're used to just the girls kind of craning your neck to look up to you. It's not really the best view where you can make the best judgment on, oh, this girl looks young or this girl looks old. It's not the best judgment. Like, how people were talking about, Anthony Edwards, yo, why you with that fat chick? Why you know what I mean? But people don't understand. Anthony's 6'8". Everybody's midgets to him. Every woman is a midget to him, whether they 5 feet tall or 5'7", 5'9", even at 6 feet tall, everybody is small to him, right? So of course, a 5'3" fat chick with a BBL is still small to him. So it's for a guy like me, I could look at most chicks and be like, because I'm looking at them at damn near eye level, unless if I'm dealing with a Spanish chick who's like 5 feet tall or like 4'9" or 4'11", right? So that's different. But especially me, like especially if when I'm talking to a lot of white girls, I'm looking at them at like eye level, so I can look at them and be like, before I even do anything, and then I could just watch the actions, and I'll be like, oh, okay. He said the parents are blue pilled. Yeah, like my colleague, they seem like some nice people, but like I said, it don't matter if you're in a structured environment or whatever. It don't matter, because I remember specifically her talking about how she caught some dudes talking about her daughter, and I found it weird. I was like, that's odd, but That's probably just some dudes. I just chalked it up. Oh, those are just probably dudes, you know, at her age that want to go out with her and they're taking it too far to show off with their friends and stuff like that. That's how I dismissed it. And we didn't even talk about it again. But then when I saw the family, and then when I saw her, I was like, "Oh, I know what it is now. I know exactly what that is now." Because what happens when when these dudes find out you were 304 and stuff like that, they be talking reckless. Or if there's a rumor out there that a girl is a 304, they be talking reckless about that girl, right? I'm talking about reckless, absolutely reckless, you know. Boys will be boys. But yeah, that was 2019. I just chalked it up as, oh, that's just dudes talking ish about your daughter. Don't worry about it. He said, I wouldn't black pill a woman like that in real life. Yeah, same. I wouldn't do that to the average woman to be like, well, man, there's no way I can do that. Especially about her own daughter. What? She'd be mad at me for saying that. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I'll say. Yeah, shout out to Educated Tyrone. He says, I don't discuss underage women with random women as a rule of thumb. Nothing good can come from it. Facts. Same here. That's why I held my tongue. I was like, even though it was obvious from my vantage point or what I was seeing, I'm like, oh, my eyes are not deceiving me. Because she brought like her family around, and I'm talking like for the guy to have to like walk away, like, yo, because she was doing too much. Even though she didn't say anything, but she was doing a lot. So I thought that was, first of all, I thought her daughter was reckless for doing that, but that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Educated Tyrone said, my version of black pilling women is not having kids with them because they're too short. Oh, man. Let me see. Like, when it comes to women, I don't care if she's tall or short, just be decent. Just be a decent person for now while you're with me. Just be decent. And then we can, and not, just don't be a single mom, and then we can work from there. And you'll be surprised, most women can't even do that. That's how low the bar is. That's how low the bar is. Says long live the king. He said, in my 40s. Yeah, he said, in my 40s, women used to harshly discipline the girls in their family for being fast. Now they pretend not to see it. Exactly. Yeah, that's where we are now. We're basically the asshole guys like me, right? Or the merchants, right? The comedians of the world, the musicians. We, the entertainer, like the musicians and the comedians and like the assholes or the merchants, we're not supposed to be the beacons of truth or the beacons of decency. It's supposed to be the normies that's supposed to be the models of decency, but it's opposite. So where you have the normies now, they don't want standards. So now it's the comedians or the guys that are entertainment or the chads. Oh, not the chads, or the guys with experience with women that have to put the public up on game. Like, there should be no reason why it's the pickup artists having to shame the women into not being thoughts. And even though they're wrong for doing that because the pickup artists, they're part of the problem, but nobody else is shaming them. The pastors are not doing it. Their parents are not doing them. Who's going to shame them? It ends up being the guys like us, the merchants, the merchants of the world. the freelancers of the world, we have to basically bring the attention to it because the parents are not doing it. Yeah, right. He said the discipline for being fast was harsh too. Facts. Facts. Yes, the guy he had to walk away. Because, obviously, when you're saying hi to the family, whatever, you're shaking hands, whatever. And this girl was doing too much with her eyes, a little bit with her hands, but I try not to focus on that. I try to focus on just the interaction. She was flirting with the dude. The dude's like, he I don't remember how old he was, but he was in his like mid-20s, if I don't remember. And the guy wasn't like tall or anything. He wasn't like this uberly tall. Like her dad, was uberly tall. Like her dad was tall. That's what I remember. I remember her dad was tall. I remember seeing, I'm like, damn, this dude a tree. The dad was tall. He was like he had to be at least 6'3" or 6'4". No. He had to be at least 6'4" because I have a friend. He's around that height. I used to think, oh, he's 6'4", and he's like, no. He said I'm 6'2" or 6'3", whatever. So that means that guy was at least 6'4". So the guy that she was doing like googly eyes and doing, making that interaction clear. The guy was not even tall. Like he wasn't even close to tall. I'm not saying he was a midget, but I'm just saying he wasn't close to tall. He was around her height. So man, it's crazy. It's crazy work. I'm not gonna say who it was. The guy had to walk away because she was doing too much. Because she was making him uncomfortable. Yes. She made him, exactly, Pyro. She was making him uncomfortable. That's where I was trying to get at. She was making him uncomfortable. Yep. It's not even. It's not. It's not even a matter of just jailbait. But it's just like because you don't expect that. He was clearly not. He was not expecting that. He was not expecting. He was just like, bro. He was like, bro. And like I said, at the time, she said her daughter was at that time she was 13. So, it's what it is. Plus, I remember when I was in high school, I remember, talking to girls, and then I remember one girl, it was an emo chick, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I remember when I was in middle school, she verbatim, I remember one girl verbatim, she said, if you had a penis, I had sex with you." And she said she was in middle school then. When she had her whole face. She was in middle school and had a whole face. She was burnt out by high school. This is the other chick I'm talking about now. This emo chick I knew. She was burnt out by high school. She went through a whole phase in middle school. That's crazy work. But these are the things that we got to deal with. These are the things we got to deal with. These are the things we got to act like they're not happening. And maybe if we can act like if we can actually acknowledge this stuff is more common than we think, I think things would actually change. You would actually have moms or dads doing like rules and stuff, like implementing standards and stuff like that. And maybe the moms and dads would watch how they act around other people and be like, maybe it's the way how I act. You know what I mean? But because I would have, and like I said, I had girls that creeped me out where they were doing too much. I keep telling you that story about the school thought, and then I remember and this is where also men have to be, I'm not going to say men have to be careful, but people, like, if you're ever in a position of leadership, meaning you're an older person and you have people looking up to you, a lot of people try to get in positions like that so they can take advantage of the people under them, right? So this is where you'll hear about quote unquote grooming, right? And this is where that argument does bear weight, because I have been in position where when I was older, I was the senior in high school, and then I remember I was in a group, right? I talked about how I was in like in a group where people would talk about their things and whatnot, and people they found me funny in the group, right? Or they took what I said seriously, right? When I would bring my insight into certain things, right? So I ended up being, well, it's not that I was friends with them. They ended up being friends with me, meaning they would ask me questions. They would end up seeing me in the hallway, even though I didn't want to hang out with them. They wanted to hang out with me in the hallway. They would come to me in the hallway. So it'll be girls, right? Sophomore, like it was, I remember two specific girls. One was a sophomore, one was a freshman. They would see me, hey Chris, do you want me to do this? And I'm like, just stay away from me. Not because of me looking like a predator. I just didn't feel like talking to them. But since I was a quote unquote nice guy at the time, I'd be like, hey, what are you doing? And yeah, what class are you going to? And blah blah blah. Okay, I'll talk to you later. I'll see you with the group. I would do as much possible to just be away from them. But I was in that position where I would have people looking up to me. And unfortunately, you have dudes that take advantage of that spot. I didn't understand the importance of my role during that time until I failed, meaning I had a dude that was up under me that would listen to what I say, and he ended up joining the military, and I had no idea, but I stopped hanging with him. But I remember a girl telling me like, "Yo, that dude, you were the first person that said hi to him in high school. You like, he really looked up to you." And I was like, "Shit, fuck." I still feel guilty about that to this to this day about that guy. There's one guy I knew when I was a junior. He came from Stanford. I was the first person that said hi. I had no idea. I had no idea, you know. But when I was a junior, I started being more confident in my social skills, and I didn't realize I was that guy's like beacon. Like he was looking up to me, even though he was 1 year younger than me. He looked up to me. Now, I didn't really keep tabs on him, so he would do things, but apparently my name was getting mentioned like, oh yeah, he was looking for you. So I didn't understand the position I was in during that time, right? So, it's just usually guys that get in that position of influence, or you're the OG, right? So even if you're 1 year older than the person in the high school, they still look at you as like an old dude, right? So, and the guy was my height too. So it doesn't matter how tall you are or how short you are. If you're the older dude, you're the senior, you're the OG. If you're the junior or the senior, you're the OG. You're the old dude. They're going to be looking up to you. So you have to lead by example, and you can't be dismissive. You can't treat them like flies, right? Let me see. I saw some. He said, I need to use it for a super chat drop. I don't know what you mean, but let me see. But yeah, but you don't, because what happens, you'll have, it's not necessarily by first attraction, but people will just start looking up to you. I didn't notice, right? And I had people, young men, young boys, young girls looking up to me at that time. I had no idea. But this is where guys will now put themselves in the situation like, you see, look what I can do now. Those are my minions. And me at the time, I was just like, stay away from me, please. I don't have time for this. I have my own problems. You know? So that when you're the senior in high school or you're the senior in college, you're the OG. You're the OG. You don't look at yourself, or if you're at a job and you're the person training the person, right? Even if you've been only there for 3 or 4 months, you're the OG. Right? But I do remember, like, it was like two specific girls where one was a sophomore, one a freshman. Hey, Chris, can you do this? And I was just like, stay away from me, please. Thank you. Obviously not saying that, but just my body language is going to say everything, you know, because I didn't really like talking to those people outside of that group space. Said not all heroes wear capes, Chris. Yeah, but apparently they liked what I was saying and shit. I didn't realize what I was saying was significant, but you know, there's people out here that grew up really screwed up, meaning like their mom was on drugs, their stepfather was a piece of you know what, and then they meet somebody. Meanwhile, you think your life sucks, but because you're not getting the girls that you want, or something's not working out with you in sports, so you think your life sucks. But meanwhile, you're the first person they ran into that has had a normal upbringing, and you're the only person that has acknowledged them, and they already look at you as a leader. That's something that a lot of people underrate, right? Like it took me a while for me to accept the position where people do look up to me. I just don't think it, because I look at myself like, well, I'm short, and I don't have the the voice that I think I have. So I don't think nothing of it until it's like later on, then I realize, oh, these people do look up to me. Like, I gave you that soccer example that it was this one dude I was about to make an example of the dude because he kicked at me, whatever. This happened in the summer. I think I said this story before, and I was about to just start roughing him up, but I gathered myself and I was just like, oh, I'm just overreacting, whatever. Meanwhile, I go to the next pickup thing. I found out this guy is like 16 and 17. Meanwhile, he done already told all of his other teammates about how good I was. And I was about to make an enemy of this dude. He done already talked me up. He's like, oh yeah, we got to get him on the team. We got to get him on the team. Please don't be on the other team. Please be on our team. And you're just like, oh, I didn't even. Every time this guy got the ball, he tried to pass me the ball. Meanwhile, he was one of the best young players on the field. I didn't. And meanwhile, I'm thinking, because when I fell, I landed awkwardly on my elbow, so I was really mad about that. I just didn't want to admit it. And meanwhile, I was about to do something dirty. Like push him off the ball or something, because I was mad. But I gathered myself. Now, meanwhile, I could have made an enemy out this, and this dude looks up to me. So these are the things you have to make sure when you're in these certain positions, right? It's hard for me like, I be forgetting I'm one of the older people on the soccer field. I'm 26. Meanwhile, I'm playing with these guys. They're 18, 19, 17 years old. This one group I'm playing with. These guys are high schoolers. Meanwhile, because I'm just looking at myself, because a lot of those guys, they're bigger than me, dog. They're bigger than me, but I'm still the best player on the field. But I'm looking at myself like, I'm just playing, you know. But I kept my cool. And then meanwhile, the next time we do the scrimmage, he done talked me up like I was like Maradona or somebody, right? Meanwhile, this guy actually holds me in like high regard. like listening to everything that I'm saying. Oh, yeah, I need you to play this position. All right, you got it right. And meanwhile, I was mad at this dude like he was my age. Like we had, these are the things you gotta, But unfortunately, what happens is if you're a guy in that position and you're leading young women or leading young girls, there are certain dudes that will take advantage of that. And then this is where they talk about grooming, right? Because when you have somebody in that position, they're literally taking what you say and they're taking it to the bank. So you have to be careful. You got to be careful. We got to be careful. Pyro said Chris was about to rock his facts. But meanwhile, I had no idea. I had no idea. I had no idea. Like it's something you think nothing of it until you really look back and you're like, you know what? I should have been more careful of what I was saying to the people under me. Right? Like sometimes I would hear Corey Holcomb would talk about, oh, the people under me and whatnot. But the way he would say it, I'm like, I don't like how he's saying it, like under me, like they're beneath. No, it's not that they're beneath you. It's just that they're looking up to you. It's not that they're beneath you. They're looking up to you. So you have to be cautious on how you do certain things. You have to be cautious. Even like I remember when I was in middle school, right? You got the U14 team, the U13 team. The U13 team looked at the U14 team almost like we're old dudes. Sorry, the U12 team looked at the U14 team like we were like some old dudes or something. But I'm like, we're just 2 years older than you guys. Do you know I would have like I still got dudes. Like I remember meeting up with these dudes like later on in high school, like or whatever. They were like, "Yo," I'm talking about like they grew, whatever. They were like, "Yo, I remember playing with him, dude." He said, "Yo, we all." They used to literally be like, "Yo, we all used to look up to you. You were the best player on the field." But those guys ended up being like far surpassing me. But they still remember that shit. But I would take for granted, like it'll be like after a game and you have all these people in the U12 team, they all come up to you like, "Oh, yo, I saw that move you did." But you take it for granted, right? But you are at that position now. You're the OG. But my default response when being in a position like that, whatever. I would give out no tips. I would just be like, yeah, I got another game. Yeah, whatever. Not being a dickhead. It's just I didn't realize they respected me more than anybody else on the team. I just didn't realize it because I wasn't the captain. I was the outsider on the team. But and it's crazy when there was a specific team I was on, and it's crazy when I left, everybody else on the younger teams, they left. Because I remember one dude, like this one nasty dude, he was 2 years younger than me, right? Like, I'll give you an example. I don't know if South Holland is on the chat, but there was this really good English player called Ravel Morrison. So when he was 18, he was the best player on the youth Manchester United team, on the youth team. But his career didn't pan out, right? He ended up being in jail. He ended up burning out too quickly, but he was the most talented player on the team. Now, Paul Pogba, I don't know if you know the name Paul Pogba. Paul Pogba ends up being a superstar ends up being whatever, blah, blah, blah. being a World Cup winner and all this, he still regards Ravel Morrison like he's the OG, right? He still thinks of him as a superstar because when he was a kid, when he was on the same team as Ravel Morrison was the star player of the team, not him. So that's kind of the position I was in when I was younger. I just didn't realize it. I just didn't realize it's only until like later on in life I would meet up with these people and he'd be like, "Oh man, I took your move." I'm like, "What move?" Or like it'd be dudes I used to play with, and some of them they play like semi-pro. Like I know like one dude he ended up joining the college I went to. Now, the college I went to, I didn't even play. I was a walk-on. I didn't even play. I didn't even get a chance to play, right? They ended up going to that school because I went to that school and I had mentioned it in passing. They ended up going to that school, end up winning championships for the college and whatnot. I don't want to say the college name, right? And they said I mentioned it in passing because I was talking about a specific group of dudes that I used to play against. And there was a specific club that all the good players went to that I refused to go to at the time because I didn't want to go where everybody else was going. So I mentioned that club in passing. I'm like, "Oh yeah, all the best players from my region go to that club." The college ends up basically recruiting all the players from that club. All the players from that club. And then when I dropped out, I was getting texts. I'm like, "I thought you were still here." I was like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I dropped out, bro." So that's how it be sometimes, man. That's how it be sometimes. They'll still they'll still regard what you did as a young kid or whatever you did. They'll still hold it in high regard, because the team I was on when I was in middle school, particularly when I was in 8th grade, we had captains on the team, but nobody. They had like the dudes from the city that were on the U12 team. They had me in higher regard than the captains. They weren't even talking to the captains like that. They were talking to me. They were like when I would dribble the ball, they would hype me up. Right? I should have been the captain of the team, but I used to be a guy when I was younger. I wasn't looking to be the captain. I just wanted to play, right? I wanted nothing to, to being, I wanted nothing to do with being a captain, right? But these are the things, you end up realizing, once you're older, I still make mistakes, from time to time. You can't talk to certain people a certain way, right? You gotta make sure you're not a dick, you're not an asshole, right? You don't want to be that older, soccer player being a dick, being an asshole to the younger kids. So you gotta really lead by example. You gotta really lead by example, right? You gotta lead by example. So Truth Hunter said, "I always prefer the term to the side instead of under." Yeah, because I'm using Corey Holcomb's. A lot of the terminology I got it from Corey Holcomb, or just my life experience. But Corey Holcomb, I'm not gonna lie, he guides like my philosophy. It's something like my philosophy is somewhere in between Corey Holcomb and Star Report, right? DJ Star, somewhere in between that. Somewhere in between that. And then you have my life experiences. But like Corey Holcomb's, like his show really took the blinds off my eyes on how life really is, and it gave me a better, like people don't think, oh, without Corey Holcomb, you would have known nothing about women. It's not even about women. It's just things about myself that I didn't put into proper perspective. I was able to finally do self-reflection, you know what I mean? Really do self-reflection and fix. And so like now when I do certain things, I'm like, oh, I should have not done that. But back in the day, because I thought I was a practical person. So when I felt a certain way about something, I thought I was right, without, you know, because I thought, okay, I already did the research, I'm right, and now I understand where I was coming from during that time. But there's always room for improvement. There's always room for reflection, and things be changing. It's dangerous to think things in a practical sense. You gotta be how do I say it? You gotta be ready for the curveballs that life throws your way. So because of Corey Holcomb, I was able to realize certain things and not doubt myself and be like, oh, I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, this makes sense. Like now, when I started listening to Corey Holcomb, then I started realizing, oh, I see how you got that job. If I'm seeing a girl coming through, now I understand, oh, it's not outside the realm of possibility. She messed with this. She messed with this guy. Like I remember, because that awakening was so important for me. Like even people would be like, damn, I thought you was playing at first, Chris, but you were right. Like I remember there was this one chick when I was working at my first job, right? And she was on a date with this dude. It was a bad Latina chick, right? Young Latina chick. She was in her 20s, clearly. Her early 20s, clearly, right? And she was with like not an older white dude, but a guy that a white dude that looked like he was in his late 20s or early 30s. The guy was either early 30s, late 20s. I was leaning towards 30s, white dude with a receding hairline, right? So she was on a date with the guy, and everybody was all like, yo, how did he bag that? And how did he do this? And I had to tell those guys, I was like, guys, that college tuition ain't gonna pay itself. Right. And then I remember my manager heard it. She was so disappointed in me. She was just like, Chris, I didn't know you said stuff like this. Why would you say that? I'm like, it's the truth. Right. So a lot of dudes, they was laughing, right? Fast forward like a couple months later, one of the bros came back to me. He said, yo, I went to the community college graduation. Guess who I saw? So this is where, but I think without Corey Holcomb, I would not be able to see something like this. Or I'd be able to see something like this, but I would doubt myself if I was seeing it, right? So certain things is right in front of your face. It's just people don't want to acknowledge it. You know what I mean? It's one of those things, like it's right there in front of you. You see a bad Latina chick. She looked like she in her early 20s with a older white dude. He's not old. He was in his early 30s. You can tell. But what gave away his age was his receding hairline, right? We know what that situation is. He's paying her. He's paying her. It's clear. But most people want to kind of give him credit and but still be like in shock because the girl was so gorgeous. They just couldn't believe. They're like, how did he get her? How does he? And I'm like, and I told her, I'm like, that college tuition ain't gonna pay itself. It is what it is. Plus, I knew a girl from high school during that time, and she saw me working, and we said hi, and she was telling me how she was going out with an older white dude at the time too. So that also helped me out too. Like I said, my anecdotal, I think I believe my anecdotal evidence is crazy good because I've been a little bit of everywhere. I've been in school in the hood. I've been in school in the suburbs. I've lived in the city. I've lived in the suburbs. I've been around a whole bunch of backgrounds of different types of people. Talked with a lot of people, been around a lot of people. My anecdotal evidence is pretty spot on. a lot of a lot of times. It's spot on a lot of times. I ain't even gonna lie. I try not to use anecdotal evidence to guide me, but I'll be seeing certain things and then I match it up with other people, and I'm like, nah, there's something to this. There's something to this. There's something to this. Rocky says, I wish I knew this ish in high school and in my 20s. I'm insanely bitter about this ish now. But that's the one thing you gotta also move past. Like I remember talking to somebody at the Corey Holcomb show, and we were saying the same thing. We were like, man, I wish I was listening to Corey Holcomb in high school, but you can't focus on that. You can't focus on that. Because there's gonna be even if you had that advice in high school, you would have still messed up. I'm talking about majorly messed up. How many dudes we see these RP coaches, these quote unquote red pill coaches, giving us all this advice, and then we find out they still end up dating or marrying a single mom, aka Donovan Sharp. And you still have passport bros. They'll go to Colombia and they're wifing up single moms, or they're going to the Philippines and they're still wifing up single moms. So people are still gonna, even if we had this information in high school, we would have still been messing up. Rich Cooper, another one. He would have, I'm talking about giving us priceless advice, and he's still making the same dumb mistakes. So it wouldn't have changed nothing. So I always say better late than never. And with our experiences of bumping our heads, and matched with the burn or the pain of bumping our head and getting this advice, now we're levels ahead of most people, most dudes. How many dudes are warning you about, or people, right? How many people are warning you about the plague that's about to happen with what we talk about, the false accusation plague? That's what we're gonna, I don't know if we could call it that, the FAP. I don't know. The false accusation plague that is about to ensue. People, like, I know dudes are celebrating that Orange Man won, but these liberals have lost their damn minds. So, like, this is not like, how like back in the day, like you could have a liberal friend and a conservative friend, they would be friends, right? And then if their candidate lost, they would grill each other about their candidate losing, but then the next day they would be still friends. Those days are gone. Those days are gone. Like, you got people, they're really losing friendships over this Orange Man stuff. Like, I can't even talk about Orange Man. Remember how we used to joke about Bush. We used to joke about Al Gore. We used to joke about how, oh, your candidate lost, and then we could just still come back the next day and they would still be friends. Those days are gone. Or we joke about Mitt Romney. We could joke about John McCain and his arm not working. We used to do all of that and still be friends the next day. Those days are over. Now people are losing friendships over this politics stuff, right? We used to make fun of each other about this stuff. So now, because the liberals have lost their mind, we see them losing their minds. You think they're just going to go away silently? It's going to be a false accusation plague. And what's going to happen is going to hit the politicians first. And they're going to do, I'm talking about, they're going to do whatever it takes for the next 3 or 4 years or whatever to quote unquote regain control. That's what they're going to do. It's not going to be, and it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. And I think when I talked about the false accusation plague, it's going to really hit those politicians really hard. I'm talking about, it's going to be really bad. That's why I'm trying to shut this stuff. That's why I'm trying to put light into it now. Because in the back of my mind, I'm like, hopefully, maybe if we give awareness to this, we'll have people, at least they see it coming so they can prepare for it properly, right? And maybe it might be part of the obsession that women have with incels, because really there's no leverage. Maybe the incels are winning all along because women have no leverage. People don't understand when it comes to false accusations. Well, people also got to take into account there are women in positions of power because they've had sex with certain men in power. Now, the problem is if that woman that had sex with the dude, if she asks for something, he has to grant it, or else his career is over. It's not just I'm getting some free sex. She gives it up for free, quote unquote, but she's going to start asking for things. And if you don't grant her request, you're in trouble now. Even in real life, a girl that you're sleeping with, you sleep with her long enough, she's going to start asking for favors. And if you don't grant it, you won't be able to sleep with her again, or that'll be the least of your concerns, sleeping with her again. Or she's going to start talking about, oh, you did something to me, or you're a weirdo, you're a creep. So you sleeping with her again, that's actually the least of your worries. It's just what else she's going to say to others about you. So there's a lot of girls that you know, or a lot of women that you know, they got into positions of power or influence because they literally slept their way to the top. It's not necessarily just sleeping their way to the top. They are blackmailing these dudes that they're sleeping with. And that in my opinion, that also qualifies as part of the false accusations. You know what I mean? He said, Educate Tyrone said a lot of the passport bros openly accept single moms as long as they aren't American. Yep. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Yeah, we used to make fun of these people and then just move on with our lives the next day. Or if somebody had a particular favorite candidate and then they lost, we would grill them for the next couple of days and then we'd just move on. We would have bets on who's going to win. You can't even bet on the election because people are going to have people's feelings are really tied up with Orange Man. It's weird. I'm not saying you have to like the guy, but the stuff that I'm seeing where people are just losing friendships over whether or not you like Orange Man, this is crazy. So it's I don't know. Man, shout out to the guy. I remember working at Home Depot and he was talking about the Black Lives Matter protests and people acting crazy in 2020. He was right. He was spot on. He said he was like, nah, he said a spell has been put on this country. He was right. He was spot on. I can't even deny it no more. He was spot on. He said a spell has been put on this country. I don't know what's going on. I agree. I agree, man. He said, I wish independence in this country has a single, coalition or party to fight the liberals. It's impossible because even the independents are afraid to endorse Orange Man because they're afraid of being ostracized. Truth Hunter said one guy deleted his family and his ex-girlfriend over the election. Yeah, this is weird. Like we're in weird territory, you know what I mean? When it comes to this. Where I'm like, even me, I don't even want to bring up Orange Man. No, I brought up Orange Man one time at one of my old job sites and almost World War III broke out. Crazy. So I can't do this no more. You can't even talk politics as like objectively. You can't even talk politics objectively. Not in this country. People gonna be in their feelings. I can't bring up Orange Man nowhere. Sleepy Joe nowhere. Right? Barry O nowhere. Pretty Hillary, nowhere. Right? Kamala, right? We can't bring up Auntie Kamala nowhere without people being their feelings. It's crazy. So you see, that's where we at. So we are at 8 o'clock. I gotta shut this bad boy down. Um. Oh yeah, guys. So by the way, let me hit me up on Instagram if you want me to send you the police report via Twitter, or you could just go on her Twitter page and see the police report yourself. And heels up, Harris, and see the report yourself. If you want to, look at the report and see and make the judgment for yourselves if she's telling the truth or not. But yeah, you can hit me up on Instagram. My Instagram, I'm gonna put the link of my page. Actually, my Instagram is on my page. So if you click on my YouTube channel, there's supposed to be an Instagram icon. If you click the Instagram icon, it's gonna go straight to my page. It's gonna go straight to my page. So if you hit the Instagram icon, you first of all, you gotta hit my YouTube channel, and then you're gonna see an Instagram icon somewhere on the top. And once you click the Instagram icon, my page will pop up. Hot sauce bag Hillary. Yeah. But yeah, if you look on her Twitter, she's gonna have the police report. Right? I'm calling Cap on the on her story. That's just me. I did not see enough in that report for me to draw a conclusion, and I find it interesting she cut off half of the story. When it started getting important to the important part, she cut off half of the report. I find that very interesting. So, and it is what it is. It is what it is. Yo, I just found it funny that she, it looks like we're missing some things. I'm sorry, Mia, whoever you are, Mia Kaneko, I don't believe you. And I believe what she's doing is what most women have the power to do to any dude that they don't find favorable. That's why I find it dangerous. I find a woman like Mia to be dangerous, right? And at the end of the day, even in her case, we got to start talking about prevention. We had to start talking about prevention. You said that you were saying no to this guy, but then you end up staying all the way to the night until you're alone with this guy. It's only you, your best friend, the best friend's ex, and the guy that you say you want nothing to do with. That don't make no sense to me, but that's just me. That's just me. Because I know women. When women want nothing to do with you, they're not even trying to. They're not, if they want nothing to do with you, they're not trying to be near you, dog. I'm talking about they will mop the ocean before they try to be near you. If they want nothing to do with you, if they can't use you for anything, they will. I'm talking about they will mop the ocean before they do that. Before they even be around you. If there's nothing that they can take or use from you, or if she just simply does not want to be around you, she's not gonna make an excuse to be around you. She doesn't. I've seen dudes that don't even want to be around certain fat chicks, but they'll just be like, let me just be nice. And women will make the excuse that'll be like, well, female cashiers, when they're nice, they get stalked. And I see where they're coming from, but it doesn't stop when it comes to these parties and stuff like that. Like if you're a cashier, you have the the security of being around security and having a manager and cameras being everywhere. So there's only so much a male stalker can do to you. You know what I mean? But when women don't want to be around you, they're not gonna make it. They'll make sure they're not around you. So for her to still be around the dude, like I don't know what kind of game you playing, but like I'm sorry. Let me just look at my bookmarks to make sure I am not missing anything. Let me just make sure I'm not missing nothing.
Men and young women, it's here. Like this is the biggest, I believe, I might be wrong, but I think this is the biggest gender voting gap that we've had, or at least.
Oh, okay, that's just her talking about the election. I don't. Oh yeah. By the way, that's the reason. That's one of the reasons I'm not talking about the elections and stuff. But there's a reason why I'm not talking about the election, because most, like, the people that you're arguing on Twitter or Facebook, the liberals that you're talking to, they're not. You're talking to a brick wall. You're talking to a brick wall. That's you're wasting your time. you're wasting your time, man. You're wasting your time. But yeah, that's it for today. Oh, I gotta make that video about Billy Ray Brandt. I forgot to do that video, but I actually I did that last live stream, but I got to do the actual official video, so I got to do that later on in life. So, man, thank you guys for tuning in so far. I went overtime, but thankfully that's why I started at 4, because I know max I'll be out by 8:00. Yeah, Billy Ray Brandt. I already talked about her. The most disingenuous broad, dog. It's very disingenuous. But anyways, thank you guys for tuning in, man. Thank you guys for pulling in. Thank you. Garrett Grant, shout out to you for the super chat. I think Long LVD King, Long Lived King. I hope I'm saying his name right. Let me see. Yeah. Long Live the King. Thank you for the super chat. You know what I mean? Thank you. I appreciate the $5 super chat and him talking about how he got robbed at a strip club in New Orleans. That was funny. But man, yeah, thank you guys for tuning. Everybody, thank you, man. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm gonna drop a bonus video at 10:00 tonight. I think which one will I drop? Because I got 3 uploading, but it's gonna be something at 10:00 tonight that I'm gonna upload. So stay tuned for that. But man, thank you guys. Peace out. Thank you guys, man, for tuning in. Thank you guys. Warband members, usual suspects. Thank you, man. And I'm out here.